Thank you.
All right, good evening, everybody. We'll call to order the Planning Commission special meeting of November 29th, 2023 at 6:06 PM. As we get started tonight, our first item on the agenda, we do have two new commissioners who are going to be joining us. So we'll start with the swearing-in ceremony and go from there.
Gentlemen, if I could invite you down here.
And Nicole, it looks like I already messed up by calling the meeting before the swear-in. Do I need to call the beginning again, or we go okay to go?
You're good.
Okay.
Okay. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and take a roll call, please.
Commissioner Garay. Commissioner Southard.
Here.
Commissioner Cooley.
Here.
Commissioner Stevens.
Here.
Chairman Smith.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any requests of excused absence at this time?
No, sir.
All right, if you'll join me then in the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Stevens? All right, do we have any adjustments to the agenda at this time?
No adjustments at this time.
And any conflicts of interest to disclose?
Mr. Chairman, I do have a conflict to disclose. I had a prior professional affiliation with the project, so I will be recusing myself on that item.
All right, thank you. All right, so a quick announcement. Public
Mr. Chair,
restrooms are.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I did hear a presentation, just wanted to let you know, on the project from the public relations.
I'm going to get
person.
to that.
Okay, that's not.
I'm going to follow
yeah.
the same thing we did with the last
I
one.
jumped ahead, thank you. All right.
All right. Where was I? Announcement. Public restrooms are currently under construction. If you need to use the restroom, please contact a staff member for access to the admin offices. We got a full room tonight. As we move through, we will probably take a couple of intermissions and breaks to allow time for people to use facilities as they need, as well as give everybody a chance just to stand up. Item C, public comment period. For items not on this agenda. This meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Do we have any requests to speak for items not on this agenda at this time?
All of my requests to speak are for items on the agenda. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line for topics not on the agenda? Rudy, do we have any callers for items not on the agenda? Rudy, I think your mic is muted. Can you try one more time, Rudy?
I have one caller on the line.
Is it for an item not on the agenda? Caller, can you hear us? Caller, are you there? Can you hear us? We're going to give them a call back.
All right. All right, so we did this for the last kind of big meeting that we had like this with some, kind of ground rules, some statements, some expectation of how we're going to run the meeting tonight. I'm going to read through the same again, just so that we're treating all projects and applicants of this matter the same way. So please bear with me for a moment. So before we start tonight, I'm going to acknowledge the crowd we have present. We're excited to see that there's so many people that are looking to participate in this hearing, share your comments with the commission and city staff. In order to ensure that the commission can conduct business tonight in an orderly and efficient process, we will have some of the following ground rules. Due to the crowd size, we do have an overflow room located down the hall back behind us. The meeting will be streamed to that location throughout the entire process. If for some reason there's an interruption in the video or audio stream, please notify a staff member at the back of this room or in that room, so we can pause and rectify the IT situation and make sure everybody's able to hear the entire proceeding. The item being heard tonight, this item is being heard tonight because the applicant submitted a series of applications to the Planning Department for review. Beaumont Municipal Code, Chapter 1702020, Community Development Director duties and responsibilities states that the Community Development Director shall review and make recommendations to the Planning Commission and City Council on all applications and any attendant approvals and environmental documents. City staff is presenting this item tonight as required by the municipal code. We're going to organize the meeting in the following order. First, staff will present their report to the commission. This will be followed by a presentation by the applicant. The presentation will be limited to 10 minutes. At the conclusion of the presentation, I will open up for public hearing. Members of the public will each have 3 minutes to make their comments to the commission. Please note that all comments received in writing prior to this meeting have been provided to the Planning Commission and will be provided to City Council prior to their meeting. After all members of the public who wish to speak have had an opportunity to do so, the applicant will be given 5 minutes for offer clarifications or rebuttals as necessary. At that time, the commission will ask questions of staff or the applicant. When commission questions have been answered, the public hearing will be closed. The commission will discuss the project and appropriate action will be taken. We did great with this last time, so I'm hoping to do the same this time. It's appropriate that respectful decorum be observed throughout the proceedings. Outbursts and interruptions will not be tolerated. So any person, including staff, the applicant, members of the public, and commissioners deserve to have their statements heard in full. If there are interruptions or outbursts, I may call a recess to the meeting to retain the decorum. If any individual interrupts or causes outbursts, they may be asked to leave the chamber and observe the meeting from the overflow room. All right, with everybody's effort, we can maintain that decorum and ensure an efficient meeting that allows for everybody to participate who would like to. With that, we will be moving on to the item in question. Have a good evening. Okay, so item D, oh, we gotta wait for one more. Just gotta wait for the click. All right. Item D, action items and public hearings. D1, Beaumont Point project, including 9 applications regarding 541.2 acres of unincorporated properties within the Beaumont sphere of influence. The item will be conducted in the order as follows. The staff report, we went through the same items we just did on there. So we will start with the staff report. Ms. Kendrick.
Good evening, Chairman and Commissioners. Carol Kendrick, Planning Staff, presenting the Beaumont Point project. As you mentioned, Chairman, this does include 9 applications that were submitted by the applicant over a period of 4 years. Those 9 applications include an annexation, a plan of service, a general plan amendment, a pre-zone, specific plan, vesting tentative parcel map, development agreement, specific plan, and an environmental impact report. The property does include 15 parcels. They're located on the south side of the 60 freeway, west of Jackrabbit Trail, and north of the proposed future extension of 4th Street. The city is required to process the applications per Beaumont Municipal Code Chapter 17.02.020 that states that the Community Development Director shall make recommendations, which you brought up, so I'll go ahead and pass on that item. A public notice was placed in the press enterprise, and property owners within a 300-foot radius were notified of this public hearing. At the time that the staff report was prepared, we had received 4 emails in opposition to the project, and those were included in your packet as attachment R. Since the publication of the staff report, we have received 2 voicemails in opposition. This count might be wrong because I had a couple emails come in right towards the end, but I think we have 20 emails in opposition and 9 in support, which I've passed out to the Planning Commission. We also do have copies available with the city clerk. This subject property is approximately 540 acres. It's currently located in the county of Riverside, but it's within our sphere of influence. The county zoning is W210, which is controlled development. On page 2 of the staff report, it indicates W210. So that will be a housekeeping item. We'll correct that to W220 for the city council staff report. And it is surrounded by the county of Riverside to the north, south, and west. The property to the east is zoned manufacturing, and the proposed zoning is specific plan. The sphere of influence is a planning tool used by LAFCO, which is the Local Agency Formation Commission, to designate future boundaries and service areas for a city or a special district. The project is proposing to annex into the city of Beaumont limits and also into the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District. As part of the annexation process, a plan of service is required, and it analyzes the existing and proposed government services for project service areas such as public safety, fiscal impacts, animal control, and many more. The general plan designation for the subject property is currently rural residential with a 1-acre minimum. The county of Riverside is located to the southwest and open space to the north and industrial to the east. The applicant is requesting to change the general plan land use designation to industrial, general commercial, and open space. The land use designations are broken down to 226.3 acres of industrial, 28.8 acres of general commercial, and 269.4 acres of open space. The specific plan consists of 10 planning areas that include general commercial on planning areas 1 and 2. They allow for a maximum building square footage of 246,000 square feet that does not include a potential 125-room hotel at approximately 90,000 square feet. The industrial planning areas are planning areas 3 through 8 that have a maximum building area of 4,995,000 square feet. And then there is a 124.7 acres of open space in planning area 9 and 152.4 acres of open space conservation in planning area 10. The specific plan does consist of 5 chapters, including the introduction, development plan, development standards, design guidelines, and implementation. One of the applications submitted was a vesting tentative parcel map. It shows 662.5 acres that include 13 numbered lots with a range of acreage sizes from 1.6 to a little over 70 acres. It has 10 lettered lots with a range of 0.03 to 54.5 acres and 1 remainder parcel of 81.3 acres. The proposed lots do correspond with the planning areas in the specific plan. As I mentioned, there is a development agreement that is being proposed, and it's a binding agreement between the property owners and the city that lays out certain parameters and assurances for both the city and the developer. The applicant is also proposing a sign program that includes 4 50-foot pylon signs, 10 secondary project and monument signs, and 1 primary monument sign. Primary access will be provided by the extension of 4th Street as an industrial collector with a 70-foot right-of-way and 56-foot curb-to-curb. Jackrabbit Trail will be improved as part of the map conditions and is identified as a 78-foot right-of-way. At Entertainment Way, Jackrabbit Trail will transition to full width and continue to the extension of 4th Street. And Jackrabbit Trail will also be realigned as a new 20-foot wide graded dirt road connection south of Planning Area 9. Jackrabbit Trail south of Planning Area 9 will remain an unmaintained county road. Entertainment Way connects Jackrabbit Trail and 4th Street and separates the industrial uses in Planning Areas 3 through 9 from the commercial areas. Entertainment Way is designated as a 2-lane private road with 50 foot of paving, 6 foot of sidewalk on one side, and 6 foot of landscaping on the other. Industrial Way creates a looped connection from Entertainment Way on the eastern boundary to 4th Street at Planning Area 8, and it is intended to provide secondary access to each planning area. Industrial Way has a 40-foot right-of-way and 40 feet of paving. The interim access loop road is secondary access to each phase of development, and it will be incorporated into the parking design for each subsequent phase. The southern half of the project is located in the very high fire hazard severity zone, and the north half is located in the high fire hazard severity zone. CAL FIRE has released an updated version of the fire severity zone map that, if adopted, would revise the fire hazard designation for the entire project to high fire. The project has prepared a fire protection plan to address protection from fire hazards. As part of the project, the project did prepare a draft environmental impact report that was prepared to analyze the potential impacts associated with aesthetics, agricultural resources, air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, biological resources, geological and soils, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, land use, noise, public safety, traffic, and utilities. The draft environmental impact report was released for a 45-day public review period on December 22nd, 2022, and concluded on February 8th, 2023. The applicant did prepare a final environmental impact report that is part of your package that addresses all the comments that were received during the comment period. The environmental impact report proposes to mitigate impacts to levels less than significant in all categories except for air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, noise, and transportation. That will require the city to adopt a statement of overriding considerations for these items that are addressed in the staff report and in the attachments for the findings of fact and statements of overriding considerations. The project is also has portions that are located within 5 multi-species habitat conservation plan criteria cells. The project is proposing to conserve the property, several of the properties within the cell, and they're adding additional properties under a criteria refinement that also that includes 78.4 acres of off-site, but does also include on-site as well. The Beaumont Municipal Code does authorize the Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing and make recommendations to the City Council regarding these applications. Before I get into the recommendations, I do want to add a couple housekeeping items. I did mention on the W-210, which will be updated to W-220, on page 9 of the staff report, it does indicate that Jackrabbit Trail will be realigned within the project boundaries. Only half width is currently planned on the property. On page 10, the staff report indicates that the application for the annexation has been filed. That has not been filed. That would occur after the City Council has approved the project. And non-potable water is not currently available, but the applicant will install purple pipes that will make it available for non-potable water in the future. And then also on drainage, the staff report does indicate that planning area 10 is in a 100-year flood area. That is what's listed in the specific plan. We'll have that updated before that is finalized, but it is not within a 100-year flood zone. On the SB 330 that's addressed in the staff report, this project is not subject to SB 330 because it was in the county, that it was not zoned or pre-zoned by the city, and therefore is not allowed development by the city at the project site. So we'll disregard the SB 330 discussion in the staff report. On page 21, the draft EIR identified noise as another of these significant and unavoidable impacts after mitigation, but it is not listed in the impacts area, but it is correctly detailed in the staff report. On page 24, the discussion of VNT and transportation is general. The city's ability to analyze LOS, but no finding of consistency with the LOSD requirements in the city's general plan update. On page 27, under the development agreement findings, there is, it's missing the statement beforehand whether or not it is, will adversely affect. So prior to moving to city council, we'll go ahead and update that to include the language in the resolution that includes that language. And then the mitigation monitoring reporting program is attached to the agenda, and that will be included in the recommendations. The applicant is also requesting modifications to the conditions of approval. I don't know if we want to wait till that is.
Yeah, we'll wait to go over those specifically.
Okay. So at this time, staff would recommend that the Planning Commission open the public hearing and take testimony, and then either certify, make a recommendation to the City Council to certify the environmental impact report. Let's see. Let me get my agenda here. To certify the environmental impact report, adopt a statement of overriding considerations and mitigation monitoring reporting program, adopt annexation and plan of services, adopt a general plan amendment, adopt a pre-zone, adopt a specific plan, approve the vesting tentative parcel map, approve the development agreement, and approve the sign program, or to make modifications to and certify the environmental impact report, or make modifications and adopt a statement of overriding considerations and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and make modifications to adopt a statement of overriding considerations, make modifications to the proposed annexation and plan of services, modifications to a general plan amendment, modifications to the pre-zone, modifications to adopt the specific plan, modifications and approve the vesting tentative parcel map, and make modifications and approve the development agreement, or make modifications and approve the sign program. Or option 3 would be to not certify the EIR, not adopt the statement of overriding considerations or the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, not approve the annexation or the plan of services, not adopt the general plan amendment, not adopt the pre-zone, not adopt the specific plan, not make modifications to the vesting tentative parcel map, not approve the development agreement, and not approve the sign program. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. We also have the deputy city manager and the city engineer here for staff, and the deputy city fire marshal, and then, deputy fire marshal, and then we also have the applicant's team to present as well.
All right, thank you. I'd like to give my appreciation to staff for this report. It's a critical part of the public hearing process, as well as state law, that staff accept land use applications from any landowner in the city, process them impartially, and present them to commission and council to make decisions. I do appreciate your hard work on this item. I did skip over council disclosures, so I'll run back to that, and then we'll hand off for the applicant presentation. So I'm going to remind the commission and the community that it's our responsibility as commissioners to approach each hearing as an impartial community member, provide both the applicant and community the opportunity to present their project, support, opposition, and other comments in a public forum. We will consider all materials provided in advance as research for the project, as well as the applicant's presentation and public comments prior to making a decision on this matter. In the interest of transparency and full disclosure, I will ask each commissioner to disclose activities and conversations they may have had individually with project stakeholders prior to the hearing tonight. I will start with that process. In the lead up to a meeting, I met and discussed project with city staff. The applicant did reach out requesting a meeting, but I declined that invitation. I haven't seen that, but I have seen where comments made on social media. I have not had any direct communication with the applicant or community stakeholders regarding this project, nor any discussion regarding the project with other commissioners. And we'll just kind of move down the right. Commissioner Stevens?
I sat in on a presentation from the applicant's public relations team, which we're probably going to see a very similar presentation this evening.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Cooley?
I also declined the meeting. I also declined the meeting with the applicant's PR, and I have not discussed this with any member of either the applicant or the public as a whole in general.
And I'm going to mispronounce your last name.
Let's give it a go.
Commissioner Garay?
Yeah, it's not bad, yeah. It's pronounced Garay.
Garay.
Garay, yeah.
Commissioner Garay.
I did meet with the applicant as well as several community members, and I was engaging in a lot of social media, just trying to gauge the room, so I did. And I also spoke with one of the commissioners about this.
All right, thank you so much. With that, we will move to the applicant presentation. Again, just for consistency with projects of this type, we are asking the presentation for 10 minutes. There will be a 5-minute rebuttal after public comment, and then I'm sure that there will be plenty of questions for the applicant's team by the commission as we move on. So, for the presentation, please. And Nicole, if you could track time, please.
I'm sorry?
Could you track time, please?
Yes, I will. How long do you want for this presentation?
We said 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay.
Good evening, Planning Commission.
There we go. Thank you. Oops. Down a little bit. Good evening, Planning Commission, and thank you for taking the time this evening to review our project. We appreciate the time. My name is Philip Seibert. I am pleased to stand before you tonight as the principal and co-owner of CH Realty Partners and the Beaumont Point project. We are eager to present our vision for the exciting mixed-use industrial business park that we believe will not only contribute significantly to the economic prosperity of the community, but also align seamlessly with the city's long-term development goals. Before diving into the details of the project, I want to express our sincere gratitude to the opportunity to engage in dialogue with city planning staff for getting us to this point. Spent a lot of time over a 4-year period of planning and tireless efforts in regards to that. I really appreciate that. We recognize the importance of collaborative efforts between the developer and the city in shaping a sustainable, thriving development plan. To be clear, CH Realty Partners is here for the long haul. We control our own almost 12 million square feet in the Inland Empire area, so this is a big market for us to be developing and investing in with our institutional partners, so we're excited about that. And we will be here through this. This is a legacy project. It's a big business park, and we will be through the build-out over the project. Has about a 7-year build-out. And we look forward to working closely with yourselves, city staff, city council, every step of the way in a collaborative to bring the vision to fruition. Thanks again for your time. And with that, I want to introduce Mike Canfield, who is one of our project leads, to present the Beaumont Point plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. So good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. 10 minutes, so I'm gonna just throw away half my presentation and just jump right in here. Phil explained who we are. I'm gonna tell you a little bit about how we got here, what the project is, and why we're doing it. So briefly on the how, this is, as Phil mentioned and Carol mentioned, this is a 4-year process, a collaborative process that you're gonna see it one time, but we've really been working on this for 4 years. What we're on is our 20th iteration of the site plan and our 8th iteration of the actual specific plan document itself. And the way that works is the project team designs the community, we submit it, we get feedback from the city, we learn about concerns and needs and policies. Then we give that information to an environmental consultant, they look at the impacts, they give the feedback to us, we revise the plan, and that goes on, over and over again until we finally get here tonight. So we're really excited tonight to actually be able to kind of sort of unveil this project officially. Let's see here, we do have,
If you just say out loud which page you want,
Okay.
we'll flip it for you.
project overview. Am I controlling this or somebody else?
No, they'll be controlled, we'll be controlled.
Okay, so let's go one more. Okay,
I can help you, that way you can do it from there as well.
pardon me,
If you press enter again, one more time,
enter,
there you go.
we're good?
Or the presentation didn't progress. We'll pause your time while we're working through some of these IT items here.
You'll be pressing from it, and then we'll be controlling from there, so just kind of let us know, like, to change the page, and we'll be changing it.
Okay,
We'll
great.
mimic your screen is what we'll do.
You'll mimic my screen. Got it. There we go. Okay. Big picture, it's 500, the property is 540 acres. The biggest component of that is the open space. We're conserving, we actually have 277 acres within the specific plan itself that's being preserved as open space, and then an additional 79 acres immediately adjacent outside the specific plan. So that's our first land use. Second land use is the Beaumont Point Industrial Park, and that is designed for light industrial and logistics uses. And then the third element is what we call the Experience at Beaumont Point, which is a regional entertainment and recreational commercial destination.
All right, I'm going to pause you right there
Okay?
because it's not advancing on our screen yet.
Sorry, what page are you on?
Says,
Oh, now it's moved.
pardon me?
If you look up, that's what we see.
Okay,
Is that the page you're on?
that's the right page.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Hold on one second.
So I continue?
All right, are we all good? All right, we're gonna thumb. Okay, please proceed. And sorry for the interruption.
No, no worries. So I'm going to get right to the point then. We believe that Beaumont Point is in the right location. The city's general plan tells us that the city wants to encourage the expansion of the city's industrial districts. It wants to promote commercial and industrial development in the interstate employment area, which is south of the 60 along 4th Street. I'm not sure if I can highlight that, but it didn't move. Okay, so if you look along, where those industrial buildings are, that's the interstate employment area. And again, the city's policy there is to promote commercial and industrial development within this area. And finally, the city policy is that it wants to see future development in the sphere of influence be located immediately adjacent to existing development and on transportation corridors. So as this slide shows, Beaumont Point is adjacent to the 60 freeway. It is adjacent to the development right next door at Beaumont Crossing, and it's served by the industrial collector 4th Street, which takes us to Potrero and to the new Potrero Highway 60 or State Route 60 interchange. Next. So Beaumont Point is in a unique location to serve as the gateway to the city. I'll talk in a minute about how we've really tried to minimize the visual impact of the industrial component of this project, but one part of it that we have not tried to minimize the visibility of, and that's the 4 marquee signs that are going to be located along State Route 60. And these will be 50 feet tall, and they will establish a welcoming western entrance to Beaumont. And the final design of these signs will be subject to later review. This is just a sort of an idea of sort of the massing of those signs. And again, the idea here is to create sort of that welcoming entrance to the city. Next, talk a little bit more about the open space. So Carol mentioned the Multi-Species Habitat Conservation Plan, the MSHCP. This is a county-wide document that is designed to sort of govern what areas are appropriate for development, and what areas should be preserved in terms of like biological and habitat issues. So our project is consistent with the MSHCP. It has been approved through 4 distinct processes with the RCA there, the agency that's charged with managing the MSHCP, and with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So as I mentioned, we're going to preserve 231 acres that will be dedicated to the MSHCP, and that will provide live-in habitat for the animals and also a wildlife corridor. And it's not just a conservation issue. The things that are also looked at are fencing, lighting restrictions, noise issues, and all of these have been reviewed and for consistency with the MSHCP requirements. So quickly here, I'll just show you what that looks like. The brown area here is the reserve land targeted for the MSHCP in this area. And you can see our project, it completes one of the missing pieces. If you sort of remove the approved development in the brown, the darker brown there, you see sort of a jigsaw puzzle piece that's missing. And our project completes this missing piece in the overall reserve land. And so we've worked, again, a big part of the 4 years has been working with these agencies to really evaluate the habitat and make sure we identify what areas should be protected, what areas are appropriate for development. And this is what has been approved. And really what we're seeing here is the wildlife corridor kind of moves from the southeast up to the northwest. Our project alignment kind of helps guide the animals that way. We have a fence there that keeps them directed that way. And probably most importantly, there are some culverts and 2 20 by 20 box culverts at the 60 in these locations, which means we can get the animals from the south side to the north and back without them crossing at grade over the 60, which is what they're doing now. And so our fencing system is very elaborate, designed to keep the animals from going across the 60. If they do get into our project, there's jump outs to let the animals get back out, and a lot of thought has gone into this component. So now we'll talk about the experience at Beaumont Point. This is the fun part. We have words, we call it an entertainment, wellness, recreational. To me, it's the fun zone. This is a place where you're going to want to go with your family on a Friday or Saturday night, midweek for a dinner. This is a place where we're going to have 246,000 square feet of restaurants and trampolines and climbing walls and batting cages and the kind of things like a Boomers. My daughter went to Boomers last weekend, and my wife and I got to babysit the grandbaby while she and her husband went on a date to Boomers. This is the kind of thing that we're talking about here. And it'll also have a 125-room hotel. And I'll show you. Here's a rendering of it. The idea is outdoor spaces, lawns, paseos, where we can have live music events, movies on the green. So it'll be a fun location. Here's some, next one. Here's some rendering, also not renderings, but here's some visual examples of what that's going to look like. Then we get to the industrial park. The industrial park is going to have 5 buildings. These buildings are going to range from 600,000 square feet to about 1,000,004, just under 5 million square feet. And the idea here is we don't know who the tenants are going to be. We anticipate that the tenants could be business incubators, industrial incubators, e-commerce, fulfillment, high-cube warehousing. But that's what the purpose of the variation of sizes is. It allows some flexibility for tenants to come in. Same thing here. We've got some examples of what the buildings are going to look like. One of the things we're aware of is that right next to us is the Amazon building. And we want to make sure that our building doesn't look like the Amazon building. And so we've done a few things here to purposely try and avoid that condition. Next slide. We have lowered our pad by 30 feet compared to the Amazon pad. Our closest dock to the nearest house is 1,500 feet compared to Amazon's 1,000 feet. So we're further, we're lower, we're set back further from the edge. We're going to have a densely landscaped slope. We are going to have, most importantly, I think, a prominent sort of ridge line behind our buildings that's going to make sure that our buildings aren't silhouetted. When you look at the Amazon building now, all you see is the Amazon building in sky. As you look at our building from the north, say Tournament Hills or Fairway Canyon, you're going to look back and you're going to see, you will see buildings. We're going to paint them in colors to hopefully make them blend with the natural condition. We're going to plant lots of trees, but we're also going to have a nice ridge line that's going to provide a backdrop so you're not staring at the tops of buildings. Let me just talk real briefly here about a couple benefits we're doing here. So why are we doing this? The city of Beaumont needs jobs. The general plan identifies that your jobs to housing ratio is about 0.42. This was a few years ago, maybe up as high as 0.6 now. That's one of the lowest in the entire region, which means your employees, the folks who live in Beaumont, are driving an average of 35 minutes to get to jobs. And this is going to bring up about 5,400 jobs to the city of Beaumont. Those are jobs across the pay scale, entry level, all the way up to management. And that's going to help reduce people commuting, which is going to reduce vehicle miles traveled, reduce greenhouse gas. Also, we are going to, we've looked at the economic impact to the city. We've done a fiscal analysis, and it's determined that there's going to be $1.6 million of general plan surplus to the city every year, which is about $25 million over the next 20 years with inflation. We're going to contribute over $20 million towards traffic improvements through both improvements we're making, fees that we're making, fees and fair share payments. And generally, we're consistent with the general plan. Not sure if this is following along. Also, I should mention that the Potrero and State Route 60 bridge, the funding of that was improved, $33 million, specifically to facilitate smoother flow of freight through the city. That's an important part of sort of the grant application, and the reason that the city was awarded that grant was to facilitate sort of the continuation of the industrial corridor there. So I think my 10 minutes is up. Thank you for the time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. We will have probably many questions, for you and the applicant team after we get through public hearing.
Great, thank you.
All right. All right, so at this time, we will open the public hearing. If you have comments that you would like to make, please fill out a public comment form provided at the back table or in the other room, and provide it to the city clerk, the committee, provided to the city clerk. We will call 3 speakers at a time to approach the podium. This will allow time for speakers who are called who are in the overflow room to be able to enter into this room to make their comment. After comments in person are complete, we will turn, I don't know, we changed this up last time, didn't we? We alternated a little bit in between with callers on the phone. So we'll alternate in between when groups are coming up if there's anybody online and on the phone who would like to speak. There will be a strict 3-minute time limit. When the light turns yellow, that indicates there are 30 seconds left to speak. City clerk will start your time after you provide your name and the city in which you reside. All right.
I don't know if you called an official time to open it.
I haven't yet.
Okay.
Okay.
We're on the same page.
Right, so we'll go ahead and open the public hearing then at 6:49. And let's see, Ms. Wheelwright, Ms. Morgan, who's going to be calling people in?
I'll be calling.
All right, Ms. Wheelwright?
I'd like to attempt the phone line first.
Let's do it.
To get that out of the way. Rudy, do you have the caller back on the line?
I have the caller on the line.
Okay, you can go ahead and transfer them through. This caller did have a topic not on the agenda, so I don't know if he'll state both. He had a topic not on the agenda and as well as this item. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Go right ahead. You're on with council. Your 3 minutes starts right now.
Thank you. This is Ron Roy. I oppose the Beaumont Point Warehouse project and ask the Planning Commission to recommend all parts of option 3 denying the project. This project is a horrible idea for Beaumont and the past communities. We are drawn to Beaumont for its bucolic small-town character and its well-planned residential communities situated in a mountainous, naturally beautiful, blue sky, clean air setting, qualities that are at a premium in the Inland Empire. Maintaining and cultivating the residential land use with supporting retail, schools, and recreation has attracted new residents and caused our property values to appreciate significantly until recently. Now Beaumont and the past communities find themselves in the path of a competing and invasive land use, warehouse, and logistics that's spreading virally in only a few years. The results are startling. Along with the 1 billion square feet of warehouses in the Inland Empire, Beaumont has added 10 million square feet of approved warehouses with another 30 million square feet, including Beaumont Point, in the application process. Anticipating more applications, Beaumont could easily be looking at up to 50 million square feet of warehouses within the next 5 years. It seems impossible to visualize. As a result of this spread, Beaumont is quickly changing from a residential enclave to a warehouse town. These warehouses, they generate a uniquely deadly byproduct, diesel soot, from the thousands of big rig trucks that will bring unhealthy air pollution levels in the form of ozone and particulate matter to Beaumont's largely residential sensitive receptor communities of over 50,000 people within a 5-mile radius of the project. Nearest is Olivewood at only 1,000 feet from the project, followed by Fairway Canyon at only 1,500 feet from the project. Warehouses have caused Riverside County in 2023 to receive an F grade for high ozone days and particulate pollution, according to the American Lung Association. Now, there are 8 planning areas in the conceptual land use plan that will able to support warehouses ranging from 1.5 million square feet to over 2 million square feet, including planning area 1 at only 10% of the area, which can be converted. It can be converted now from its proposed general commercial to a warehouse use in the future if the market shows it's more profitable to build warehouses. So to me, it's just a token of only 10% of the total project. That's why I'm asking the Planning Commission to deny this project. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any other requests to speak on the phone?
Rudy, any other callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, then we'll proceed with the in-person.
I'm going to
First three,
call
please.
5 names to get in line. First is Gracie Luna, Kathy Craven, Doris Foreman, Shelby Loomis.
All right, thank you.
When you want me to start.
And if you could state your.
State your name and the city in which you reside.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Gracie Luna, I live in Four Seasons, City of Beaumont. Okay, I'm going to enhance on what Mr. Royce said here. The diesel exhaust air pollution is harmful to sensitive receptors. Maybe people don't know what sensitive receptors are, but that's people. And, well, there's going to be hundreds of big rig diesel trucks entering, offloading, parking, exiting each day. The diesel exhaust spreads to nearby Olivewood, Fairway Canyon, and other sensitive receptor neighborhoods. Also, the spread of diesel exhaust will be more pronounced and widespread given that San Gorgonio Pass windy conditions carry the exhaust even further into residential areas. And as he said, the Beaumont Point warehouses are very near sensitive receptors. That is Olivewood, Fairway Canyon, Tournament Hills. I can go on to say Shadow Creek Estates, Oak Valley 2 communities, and anybody that lives in those communities that have children and elderly people, let me tell you, causes serious health conditions with the diesel exhaust. And we know already about the hundreds of big rig diesel trucks coming through constantly. Imagine what it's going to be soon. Again, it is a warehouse town now with just the few that's coming, but it's going to be a lot worse. And as I look at each one of you, I know you're all very bright sitting up there and very intelligent. And because of this, I know you're going to show your intelligence by voting no on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Kathy Craven, and I reside in Four Seasons as well. I read an article in the LA Times, and it discussed warehouses, so I'm a little confused about the tax dollars that the gentleman referred to. In the article, it talked about warehouses that took up approximately, on average, 27% of land in a city and only contributed 5% to the tax base. So I'm concerned with this high number of 27 million over the course of time. I'm also concerned about, it's a beautiful drawing. It looks like it's going to be a great thing if it comes to fruition. The main focus of this is a warehouse. It's not a family entertainment center. I find it hard to believe that, they're going to build all this stuff. They have no idea what restaurants are going to go in there, what could be a Bullwinkle's kind of place, could be maybe this and that. It's not necessarily going to be a build it and you will come. I think it's kind of a bad thing to put in the city. I agree with everything that the two previous speakers talked about. I have asthma for one, and I can tell you that the trucks going through here exacerbate it when there's traffic. I have a hard time breathing, and I'm using my inhaler a lot more. I saw 5 words up there that stuck out, and not just family entertainment center, not just a dining pleasure to go eat in front of a warehouse and watch the trucks go by. There was 5 different words up there that described a warehouse in 5 different ways. Let's call it what it is. It's a warehouse. It's not a family fun entertainment center. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Doris Foreman. I live in Solera in Beaumont. Do you really need more warehouses? What is wrong with open space? There are now so many big trucks on the freeway that they're driving in the 3rd lane. There are trucks in lanes 1, 2, and 3. The local traffic is congested on the streets, and that is largely due to the increase in truck traffic. The truck emissions are contributing to the smog seen when looking toward the mountains. How much tailpipe carbon dioxide is created from burning 1 gallon of fuel? CO2 emissions from a gallon of gasoline equals 8,887 grams of CO2 per gallon. CO2 emissions from a gallon of diesel equals 10,180 grams of CO2 per gallon. That is 1,293 grams of CO2 per gallon more than an automobile. Who is going to book a hotel stay near a warehouse with multiple semi-trucks entering and leaving? Please stipulate that all semi-trucks entering and leaving the warehouses must be electric if you approve this project. If this condition cannot be met, do not recommend this project. Please, please adopt recommendation 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Shelby Loomis, I reside in Beaumont. When I look up Beaumont, and it says, what is Beaumont known for? It's known for its antique shops, and everyone loves to go to brunch and take their kids to antique shops, but that's not all that a city should be known for. When you look further into what is Beaumont known for, it says antique shops and then drives you straight to Amazon. It drives you right out of Beaumont. Why live here? Exceptional city services, public safety, excellent schools, and affordability. This is the affordability that increased the population by 20% and younger families moving in to the houses right across the street from where the proposed Beaumont project is proposed to go in. These new housing developments across from the Beaumont Point project are planned and very elevated. We need the hospitality to reach that same elevation. February of 2019, you guys rebranded yourself as a city elevated. This is the growth that's needed to match that elevation. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll call the next 5 speakers, and in between, I'll read one of the emails.
That sounds great.
Okay. Next 5 will be Alex Zamora, Jose Rodillo, Efren Lopez, Lynette Smilak, thank you. And Robert Ramos. And while you get in line, if I can, I'm going to read an email really quick. This email is from Steve Melman, 1736 Desert Almond Way. I am opposed to the construction of a 5 million square foot warehouse on Route 60 corridor in Beaumont. The pollution, traffic safety problems, and the undercutting of residential property values are enough to turn down this proposal. But remember that Moreno Valley is building a 42 million square foot warehouse project on the eastbound Route 60. That is why Caltrans reconstructed part of the 60 to put in truck lanes. Many of the big rigs attracted by the Moreno Valley warehouse will wind up in Beaumont. With the Amazon and other warehouses already in Beaumont, a new 5 million square foot warehouse project will cause significant traffic issues in our community. We want our city elevated. We don't want another Fontana. Please, for the health and safety of our citizens, vote no on this project. Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Again, my name is Alex. I'm a very proud member of LIUNA, which stands for the Laborers International Union of America. And there's going to be a lot of speakers tonight, so I'll be very, very quick. Project like this equates to one major thing for us, and that's opportunities for the men and women of our unions. They rely and depend on these jobs, not for luxuries, not for the finer things in life, but they depend on them to pay their bills. They need the hours to qualify for their medical, their dental, their vision. They need to put the hours in to make sure that someday they can have a pension, not just to simply get by, but to live comfortably while they're still healthy, mentally and physically. So this is so important to us. I know that there's going to be some negative things brought up. I just want to mention one thing, because a lot of people are talking about the truck traffic. You can't get away from that. The facts are the facts. But there are professionals doing the work on all the facts about all the truck emissions and everything. And if a project like this that looks nice, that gives a lot back, doesn't get approved, the same amount of trucks are gonna be out there. They're just gonna be driving by to the very next city, and the same exact emissions are gonna be there. So might as well, benefit from it. And I hope we can find a way to positively move this forward, and our people can get those opportunities that I was talking about. Thank you so much for the time. God bless everybody. Have a happy and safe holidays.
Thank you. Next speaker. We're gonna save applause, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jose Redillo, and I'm also a member of LIUNA. And I'm here to voice my support for this project moving forward. When you have a developer working in conjunction with LIUNA, it gives individuals like myself a second chance, opportunity. It was 19 years ago that our project, just like this one, gave me a second chance in life. I have matured, and now I'm a productive member of society. LIUNA enabled me to obtain the skills needed to succeed in today's economy. It created a pathway into society, bridging that gap between poverty and middle class. Yet I am certain that this project will present that same opportunity to someone else. This project will create jobs for the community. It will create opportunity for many residents here. And I'll keep it short. When you have a developer working with the community as a whole, it's a win-win for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Efrain Lopez. I am a member of also LIUNA, the Laborers International Union of North America. I am here in support of the Beaumont project and the developer. Project like this, where our members can work on and get paid a dignified wage and benefit plan so they can support their family. If approved, it will give the ability to work close to their home and spend quality time with family, rather spending countless hours on the freeway traveling from job to job. So please consider my request and approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I know. Okay. I am Lynette Smidak. I live at the Four Seasons in Beaumont. We've heard the environmental impact on our health, the traffic, blah, blah, blah. But I'm going to bring up a different issue, a couple of different issues. First of all, the people that are building these warehouses, where do they live? Okay? Second of all, these warehouses, the only decent wage in most warehouses is management. How much management do you have? Most of them are not management. When I read one time doing some research where a contest was held to provide or to help improve productivity for a lousy cookie? Now, come on. Are those well-paying jobs? Thirdly, doing some research, Redlands, for one city, and I think there's some others that are doing it as well, that are planning a moratorium on building of warehouses because the negative cost is not worth it. They're not providing the income that I think was promised. Thirdly, for things like infrastructure, I remember there was another warehouse. Oh, they weren't doing it. They were loans. Don't be fooled. Also, the environmental impact report, they purposely leave out things, and even it was admitted that the air, the noise, I've even forgotten now what the other one was, did not meet environmental impact. So be careful. Like Gracie said, you're smart, use your brains. You know, I taught in this town in 1977 when you had to be on a waiting list for an apartment. I wish we could go back, like in Back to the Future, to those days. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Robert Ramos, and I'm a representative on behalf of Ironworkers Local 416. I represent over 3,000 members, which 100 of them do live here in Beaumont. We support this project and proudly. The applicant has committed to local hire and to pay fair wages for those workers who will be building this project. As you know, this is not just a talking point. This is for all of us skilled and trained workforce members advocating for shared prosperity and pursuit of a better future for their families. Our community in Southern California as a whole, please support this project, support the middle class, jobs and benefits by approving this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll check with the phone lines really quick. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, I'll call the next 5, and before the first speaker, I'll read another email. Amy Smith, John Sisley, Edie Boyle, Julio Flores, Bernardo Arroyo. And while they line up, good evening, my name is Steve Pipecorn, and I am with the Golden State Environmental Justice Alliance. We submitted a comment letter to the draft environmental impact report. Our letter identified several deficiencies within the EIR. During these turbulent times, we as citizens expect and deserve our local government's elected and appointed officials to protect us from environmental and social injustice, to aid in the preservation and rehabilitation of the environment in which we all share, to ensure accountability and responsibility, and to regard to the environmental decisions they make. We stand by our comment letter and believe the EIR is flawed and must be redrafted and recirculated for public review. In closing, we call on this commission to be a leader of the aforementioned issues and be the first line of defense for our citizenry and environment. Only by working together can we continue to be excellent stewards of our environment, outstanding stewards to our citizens and each other. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amy Smith. I'm here on behalf of CARE California. I had prepared a long speech to tell you guys again how wonderful and great this project is for the community. But But I think that, as your community has said, you guys are really smart. And you can see that the benefits to this project are numerous. The commitments that have been made by the developer to the community and the benefits that will come will not just be today, tomorrow, or even 3 or 4 years down the road. We're talking about generational benefits that are going to grow and make Beaumont even more productive and beautiful than it already is. Look at it now and then look at it what it can be in 20 years, 30 years, and that's the kind of development that you guys deserve. The attention and respect that developers have given to the residents and the community needs to be commended. The assuring that the build out of this project on this large of a scale will benefit everybody is a fact that we cannot undervalue and overlook. This project and the developer should be used as a model of sound development plans, and other developers should be looking at them and their practices as a guide for their developments in the future. We support this project and we'll continue to support it and the many benefits that it will bring to Beaumont and the Southern California area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm John Sisley. I'm a business agent for the plumbers, pipe fitters, and refrigeration for San Bernardino and Riverside County. I'm a delegate to the Building Trades Commission, State of California, and I'm a delegate to the Central Labor Council, Inland Empire. My backyard overlooks Jackrabbit Trail. I literally live right next to this project. When I purchased my home, as I should, I researched what was going to be built back there. There's a wildlife buffer zone between my back fence and that freeway at the 60 freeway. And then I noticed on the other side, at that time, 4 years ago, it was a bunch of small parcels, privately owned parcels. Undoubtedly, they would be purchased and developed. I didn't know what at that point, but it doesn't surprise me that they're going to build back there. I don't like the warehouse that's there, the Amazon. They didn't really think about any of the aesthetics when they did that. This developer is going to keep the ridge line on the mountain the same from the view from where I'm at. They're going to use brown paint instead of blue like Amazon. They're going to do a bunch of things landscape-wise that won't make it so ugly. The infrastructure that it brings the value up in the area, no matter how you look at it. The residential area could use lots of traffic improvements. We could use an on-ramp and an off-ramp and all kinds of things brought by development of the city. Consistently, what I see out here in Beaumont is there's a group of folks that are against the development of Beaumont in general. And those same folks come out every time they build something here. That's my backyard. I can tell you the majority of the residents there are not against that at all. And it's not going to impact in the way that everybody's saying that it is. So another good thing that you want to look at on this is that not only as unions are we going to get union jobs because we have a union agreement on the building of that project, but right now in this area, warehouse workers are organizing. Left and right. Amazons are going union. We're pushing in all directions. So as those jobs come up in those warehouses, those will be focal points for the unions to try and make those even better paying jobs. I agree. The Amazon is not gonna pay for your life, and it's not gonna get you a new home today, and it's not gonna push you forward in life. I agree. So we kind of want to focus on getting those jobs to be better paying jobs and union jobs, but we can't do that without the opportunity. And the notion that we're not going to build anything in Beaumont is not realistic. So you're an expanding city. We are an expanding city, and this is part of the development. And that's where we put warehouses, south of the 60. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Julio Flores. I'm a representative for the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters, who represents over 5,000 members who call Riverside County home, and about 1,000 of those call Beaumont home. As a union member, I support this project because it is in the right location. Allow me to explain why. The project is located in the city's desired area for industrial near the 60 freeway. It will be next to an already existing industrial building such as the Amazon Fulfillment Center. More than half of that project is open space. In my opinion, there's no better spot to construct an industrial building on this scale. I support projects like the Beaumont Point, where the developer considers the well-being of the neighbors. Not just that, but they're constantly communicating with labor, and they want responsible contractors to build that project as well. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to vote yes on Beaumont Point. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Bernardo Arroyo. I'm a Beaumont resident, and I live Tahoe Street, right next to Four Seasons. I want to say that these union jobs have been really great for me and my family. I've been able to provide them a decent living opportunity. Without union work, honestly, I wouldn't know how well I would be providing for them, to be honest. I want to say that a project like Beaumont Pointee will be great for me because it will keep work local. I usually have to travel to San Diego, to Los Angeles. It's been a long commute, and to have something like Project Beaumont Pointee local, that'll be really good for me and my family. That way I could commute less and be closer to my family. I want to say that this project will bring permanent jobs, around like 5,400 jobs, bringing Beaumont's work up to 22%. This is a really great opportunity for me as an up and coming for my family, the next generation, and so on. I hear all these negative thoughts about this movement. I live nearby where these things are going to be built, and I personally believe that it hasn't been anything different than what we have experienced for the past years. This is a new opportunity that we should be open-minded to. We shouldn't be scared of it. It will bring, I promise you, if I'm telling you, it's going to bring so many great opportunities for me and my family. I'm sure a lot of neighbors will feel the same. Please vote yes, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. I, ask again if we could please hold applause as people are approaching. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Edie Bull, and I've lived in Beaumont since 1990. I moved from Fontana, where I moved there in 82, and by 90 it had gotten like you guys want to change Beaumont. And I'm wondering, how would you make a decision when you really don't have a full environmental impact statement yet that we have been able to see? We were promised slow growth years ago by our corrupt Beaumont City Council, who were, all taken away in handcuffs by the FBI. We do like growth, but not this much growth. We already have so much traffic. Anybody that's going to be working down in Moreno Valley or coming from Riverside, that will have a great impact on the time it would take to get home. Also, I don't know why we need this big, huge thing going on here. Why don't they go east of Beaumont? It's because we have infrastructure that they want to use, and we don't even have good infrastructure here. I was locked on the other side over on 2nd Street when the railroad train just decided to stop and block 3 exits. It took me 3.5 hours, what normally takes me 10 minutes to get home. That says something about letting all that growth happen on one side of the town, just to start with. I do appreciate the people that are working in a union. My husband is a carpenter. He drives 2 hours almost every day to get to work. He's never once said, we should do something here just so I do not have to drive. I think the negativity of having the pollution is also something to think about. There are a lot of elderly people that live here, including myself, and I don't think we need any more growth in that big complexity of it. Some growth is fine, but I just thought we were actually talking about a warehouse. Now I'm hearing about everything else. We don't need any more warehouses in Beaumont. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next group of speakers?
Al Sanchez, David Zeitz, Jason Baez, David Martinez, Eric Saverda. And I'll read an email before you start. This is from an anonymous emailer. I would like to know at what point will the city start worrying and caring about the youth in this community and the traffic and congestion created by all of the truckers and employees of these warehouses. It is hard enough to get our children to and from school in a timely manner, but you have completely removed safety for them also. According to the project plan, it is to put in bike racks. It states it will cause substantial traffic in the community. Why does that not matter to the city? Listen to your community. We know and see on social media platforms begging you to stop. Go right ahead.
So my name's Al Sanchez, and you know where I'm from. I just want to tell you guys if you can please pass this. Jobs like this has kept me busy for 19 years. I do construction. Excuse me. The pay is good. We get benefits. Just can't beat it. You hear all the good things about it, and just please pass this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is David Zaitz. I'm a resident of Cal Mesa. I live in the Summer Winds development area adjacent to Beaumont's development at Fairways Canyon / Tickwood Canyon area. Myself and your residents in the Tickwood Canyon area will be negatively affected by the 4.5 million square foot warehouse. By way of background, the California Department of Justice has twice warned cities when considering approvals for warehouses, cities must also consider the effects generated by surrounding warehouse uses, warehouses that are either completed or under construction. The California DOJ in that bulletin also reminds that the DOJ has sued when cities have not followed best practices. Relative to truck trips, the environmental impact report for the proposed project is incomplete. It does not provide a community analysis suggested by the California Department of Justice. That is an analysis of how the proposed project impacts the area when taking into account the effects of other warehouses in their surrounding. However, let me give you an idea of the project's truck traffic effect along the 10 freeway, where the freeway is only 3 lanes wide in each direction. The traffic consultant reports that the completed project is expected to generate approximately 1,700 truck trips per day, of which 50% of that traffic, 850 truck trips per day, will be along the 10. This is a point where the freeway is only 3 lanes wide. This will add to the truck traffic that would affect your constituents at Tickwood Canyon area and beyond. The project will add 850 truck trips to approximately 6,200 truck trips that are expected to be created by nearby warehouses along the 10 freeway. These warehouses are either approved or under construction. Specifically, those warehouses are San Gregorio Crossing, Oak Valley Commerce Center, Oak Valley North, and Mesa Verde projects. All these projects are along the 10 freeway from Cherry Valley Boulevard to Country Line Road, a place where the freeway is only 3 lanes wide. Because the environmental impact does not contain cumulative analysis of truck traffic, the Planning Commission should table this item until the EIR contains all the analytical components as suggested by the DOJ. Don't let Beaumont get on the DOJ's radar, like your neighbor city already is.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Honorable Commission, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jason Baez, and I'm a proud member of Labor's International Union of North America. I want to start off by saying this. When do we get the opportunity for someone to hand us over $20 million for upgrades to our city? It's a blessing. You know, that's not even counting the yearly revenue that will come in from all the taxes and the business sales. You know, more jobs produce more needs for housing. That brings in more investors for housing, and our current property value will go up. I also want to say this. You know, I hear so many times where people put down warehouse working positions, but here's the truth. There's a whole list of people who want these types of jobs. Not everybody can handle working out there in the sun or the freezing cold. It's tough. You know, a lot of people, there's elderly people that have to come back into the field because, you know, they didn't retire with a pension. I'm raising 4 kids, 3 daughters, a couple went through college already. They were always looking for part-time jobs. They're always looking for flexible schedules. No one is more flexible with schedules than logistics companies. There's, you know, spouses who have to take a second job because the cost of living is just going up like crazy. There are so many benefits to us. You know, they say so many things about the emissions of these trucks, but I think that a lot of people haven't, you know, understood the new trucks of today. There's a lot less emissions. The engines that are required are much different of yesterday. And with so much open space here, we all know the wind's just going to blow that right out, what's ever left. You know, we have a wonderful opportunity here. I just hope that you guys will consider all the good that this will do for all the people who need these jobs and all the help it'll produce. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, good evening. My name is Dea Martinez, and I'll be speaking on item 1D1. 5 million square feet means a lot of jobs, and jobs that are solid long careers. Careers means food on the table, light bills paid, kids in college, families able to provide for themselves. This project also proposes 246,000 square feet of general commercial use. So not only that this project proposes hundreds of transportations and logic careers, but the commercial jobs that would be in support of this project. I encourage you to approve this project and give a vote on support of the voting people of the city of Beaumont. And thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Eric Saavedra, and I will be speaking in support of Beaumont Point Project. This project is a win for a number of reasons, but I would like to focus on the fact that the land is being officially annexed into the city of Beaumont. This means that the land would have otherwise sent tax revenue to the county will now be collected on behalf of our city. And this is not a small amount of land. This is 541 acres, up to nearly 5 million square feet of industrial uses is guaranteed to make a significant impact, not only a tax revenue, but also in terms of jobs brought in, which will bring taxable income. For these reasons and many more, I ask that you recommend approval for this project to City Council. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, I'll call the next 5 speakers. Zach Straysters, Sarah Zappi, Dwayne Zappi, Lori Kidd, I can't read the rest, I'm sorry. On Beaver Creek, and Michael Stamper. And I'll read an email. Thank you for waiting. This is from Rick Craven. How many more improvements by developers are needed in this area? The last improvement on Cherry Valley Boulevard is not going well. Traffic and roads are worse, bumpy and impassable. The developer went against the will of the people, got his money and ran, sold it, does not have to live with the consequences since then. One of 4 individuals who voted on it became an employee of the developer afterwards. I've been stuck in the impassable road due to stalled vehicles, a side effect that was warned about and addressed with the county, which went unheeded by county officials. The freeway ramps need development to address all of the developments put in already without infrastructure improvements. This is an eyesore traffic problem without consequences to the developers and those left in the wake of the selfish move.
Yeah, we are.
I just muted it, sorry. If we need something, we can drive to get it out of our area. We have more than enough here. Let us keep our unincorporated area to enjoy the few remaining open spaces left in Southern California. Please listen to the will of the people, by the people, for the people, not special interests. The last time the Beaumont area had a development, the crooked officials took the money and left the area in worse shape physically and economically. Thank you for listening and hope you vote accordingly to the will of the people. Rick Craven. Go right ahead.
All right, howdy. So my name is Zach Strosters, and first let me say thank you, commissioners, for coming out. It's not an easy job what you do. Somehow it turns into a political thing, every so often. So thank you for your time, and I'd also like to thank city staff. A lot of times the heroes in the shadows, and nobody knows that city staff works for years to put these reports together. So I want to talk a little bit about arc of opportunity. A lot of times what happens, unfortunately, at Planning Commission is people sensationalize what should otherwise be a very refined and intentional study. When you get vacancy that's gone from, under 1% and now at about like 2 and some change, there's an arc of desirability that is basically an opportunity cost window. So we could sensationalize and talk about things that are ultimately going to give way once, electric fleets become the standard, but warehouse money will not always be available, no matter how badly people want to argue it because they don't want it in their backyard and they don't think that it's good for the environment and so many other things that they could point out. Eventually, the financial opportunity window will dissipate. And whether or not you build, all that will be the remainder is the places that seize the arc of opportunity. So when it comes, take advantage of it. Just a couple things. Your vacancy window, as it grows, as the vacancy rate begins to increase, the chances of building decrease. So Beaumont, in essence, is providing an opportunity for generations by a recommendation. Because ultimately, with 5 million square feet, you're in the driver's seat. You can create generational opportunity. And actually, much to the point that was being raised earlier, it's because unskilled labor, because of young adults who don't have any practical experience in the job market, 5 million square feet provides a lot of opportunity. Point in perspective. Right now, we're looking, and there's an invisible wall between residential and light industrial because the assumption is that we won't have electrified fleets soon enough to make that feasible to do. But once that wall is no longer an issue, you're talking about creating smaller cities where otherwise you have desert. So the reality of it is, although nobody wants to eliminate what is otherwise beautiful mountain scenery, the population will continue to grow. And whether or not there's an available opportunity depends on whether or not there's vision at the Planning Commission level initially. So absolutely, yes, approve the project. Absolutely, future generations will be appreciative of it. And as the market continues to change and grow, you're at the driver's seat. So on behalf of the generations that are not here to speak for the opportunity arc, on behalf of those that are looking at careers that will develop out of 5 million square feet, absolutely approve the project. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Sarah Zappi, and I live in Four Seasons, Beaumont. One of the biggest problems I can see is the traffic that's already so horrendous in our city of Beaumont there. We have a lot of good ideas to bring businesses in, but we don't have the infrastructure. And we have to have the roads, the byways, the ons and off ramps before we bring in all of these amenities or shops or warehouses. So I hope you'll maybe put more thought into infrastructure before we have all the warehouses coming in. Plus the air quality. I can appreciate someone talking about the trucks being better made and more energy efficient, but please consider the infrastructure because we could wait an hour and a half for a train to go by, and there's no other way to get around the city, and something should take us 10 minutes. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Dwayne Zappi. I live in Four Seasons. Every truck that would be coming out of the 60 freeway eastbound that's going to be delivering either to Amazon or to one of these new warehouses is going to, at present, have to get off on the 6th Street off-ramp. Probably can't make that hard right turn between Perricone and Lowe's and goes down to goes down to California. That is going to just totally destroy, or destroy even quicker, the road that's in the streets of Beaumont. This is a planning commission. I know that the developer said this has been in planning for 4 years. I saw tonight for the first time that there's a proposed on-ramp, off-ramp on the Potrero Bridge. How long will that take to build? We had a meeting a year and a half or so ago talking about Highland Springs Underpass, and Caltrans and the city and the county were all involved in that, and that was in 2022. That project will not be started until 2027. The pictures of the off-ramp and on-ramps at Potrero Bridge, is that a commitment by the county, by the city and Caltrans, or is that just wishful thinking? That's all I have to ask, because the whole thing is going to be traffic-driven, and normally access to a building should be thought of well before committing to building that building. And there is no access to that building other than through downtown old Beaumont. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name's Lori Kiddu on Beaver Creek. Thank you. I live at Four Seasons, and my concern is also infrastructure. I understand wanting the jobs. I understand wanting the parks and the beautiful place for our kids to go. My grandchildren would love to go to a place where they could, have restaurants and a great place to hang out, but we need you to look at the infrastructure. I've been here now 7 years. In 7 years, I went from being able to drive from Four Seasons onto the freeway in 5 minutes. Now it's taking us 20, sometimes 30 minutes to get to the freeway. You guys got to look at infrastructure. We can't make any more mistakes. How many lives are going to be lost because you have trucks coming off the freeway and going on the freeway? You have cars turning left and right. We got to do something about the infrastructure. I'm asking you to oppose this project. And yes, generationally, we will be grateful to you, but you got to look at the infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Michael Stamper. I'm a resident here in Beaumont, have been since the early 90s. I'm a 44 retired ironworker from the building trades. I was an officer also for the union, and now I advocate with one of the big companies that actually put up all these concrete walls to help these developers get their buildings put up safely. I've been involved in a lot of planning with different developers, and I got to say this has been one of the most thoughts that they've put into their stuff here. I think it's an excellent idea. We come from, a trade that has a 4-year school that actually makes these guys, real skillful at their jobs. And I've raised my kids here. Now we're raising grandkids here. And I think it's a good idea for Beaumont, to go ahead and expand and consider, they're building on the right side of where this is being developed. And I think you guys, with your wisdom, I think it'll be a good idea to go ahead and push this project forward. And I'm looking forward to hopefully working with you and this project. That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, I'll call the last two speakers. First, I'm going to check with the phone line. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay. Last two speakers I have is Nancy Sappenston and Ryan Hoy. And I will read an email in the meantime. This is from Edward Krinsky. The majority of residents do not want another warehouse in Beaumont area. May I suggest a federal committee be established to monitor the finances of those individuals making the decision to see if any money or bribes have been given. It stands to reason if the majority don't want this project, those representing us must give some type of reward to betray us. As the old saying goes, follow the money.
Good evening, Nancy Sappington, Cherry Valley. Beaumont needs to ask itself, how much is enough? During the past 2 decades, the Inland Empire has seen its open land and farmland replaced with a sea of warehouses. Now we are at a breaking point. The existence of these big boxes has worsened traffic, air quality, and chronic health issues. Collectively, there are more than 1 billion square feet of warehouses in the Inland Empire. The research of Susan Phillips of Pitzer College in Claremont reports that there are more than 3,000 warehouses in San Bernardino County and nearly 1,000 in Riverside County. Warehouses in the Inland Empire cover nearly 37 contiguous square miles. How much is enough? Currently, there are more than a dozen groups throughout the Inland Empire attempting to pass moratoriums on warehouse construction. Redlands and Fontana have already done so. Undeterred, developers are moving further east to some of the last rural bastions of Southern California to make their quick bucks and then move on. 40% of the nation's goods now travel through the Inland Empire, mainly in diesel trucks. Combined with emissions from trains and planes, they are responsible for the Riverside, San Bernardino, Ontario area having the worst air quality in the U.S. Will you contribute to the pass area becoming a runner-up? How much is enough? The environmental impacts of these massive warehouses are huge, and their effects are cumulative. This needs to be studied on a regional level and not piecemeal. This project will create unavoidable, significant impacts associated with air quality, greenhouse gas emissions, noise, and transportation. Professor Phillips reports that the airshed is our last commons. To protect it, existing warehouse infrastructure should be made environmentally efficient through solar and electrification. New construction of warehouses should be eliminated. Community participation in the planning process should become a priority. Creating a regional commitment to the principles of national and state legislation to conserve 30% of open space and working lands by the year 2030 could make the Inland Empire a keystone region for nature-based solutions to climate change. There is a pressing need for the greater community to come together and find a more sustainable way forward. You have a chance to become leaders tonight. When is enough enough?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Ryan Hoy, and I moved on Jackrabbit Trail 7 years ago. There was no Amazon, there was not the other buildings. There was a house that sat there for years, you guys probably saw, that was vacant. We had rapes happen up there and all this stuff. In that house, crime, all the things. Now I got Amazon. I don't love Amazon, but we got green trees. You guys' rules to those places. I live right next door. I don't smell diesel fuel. When they move the trailers around they have electric semis that move the trailers around both sides. I mean, I live right next to those. And so I'm all for this project. I'm gonna see it more than most people do. I've lived right there. I have 40 acres right there. And I think it's great. And the other thing is, with 4th Street coming down, it's really gonna close Jackrabbit Trail. People aren't crossing the freeway anymore. You're gonna save lives. I've seen personally myself, 3 people die right there because people cross the freeway. And people don't realize Jackrabbit Trail goes all the way through to Gilman Springs. So a lot of people take that shortcut. Well, now they'll get on to 4th Street and get on the freeway on the new on and off ramps, which I think is really helpful. So I'm all for it. I mean, I live right next to it. I'm gonna see it, but all your guys' rules that you have in place, thank you. Because my parents moved from Redlands. They live in Four Seasons. They like all the new restaurants and all the stuff, and we really like the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Chairman, I have 14 emails.
14. Is there a way to have those printed that we could, that provided to commissioners? Or do they need to be read in the public record?
They've been requested to be read. That's how it was advertised.
So I guess we're going to go and read 14 emails. If that's the case, because that's about, what, 35 more minutes, I could use a restroom break. So I think with that, we'll go ahead and we'll have a brief recess. We'll re-adjourn at 8 o'clock. Thank you. Just, well, because we have one restroom.
Maybe we should use all that, bribes we got.
All right, so let's get going here. Thank you, everybody. Let's resume with some of the emails. Is it all right? Do we, if you want to continue, please.
Yep. This email is from Danielle Aguilar. Hello, my name is Danielle Aguilar. I wanted to voice my comment on the new Beaumont Point project. I have lived here for 7 years and I would like to say that it's a fantastic idea. I would love the project to take place. It gives so much opportunity. The project would add house value to our homes. It would give us a place for our families, restaurants, and create jobs for our community like Rancho Cucamonga did there. And for their house values rose overnight and jobs plenty. It would be wonderful for the city of Beaumont. I vote yes, and so does my family. Great job, Beaumont, on making our city better. Sincerely, Danielle Aguilar. Next is from Bernard Newcomer. I am in favor of the new Beaumont Point project. 343 Songbird, Beaumont. Next is from Jillian Robinson. I'm a resident of Beaumont. I live here and pay taxes here. We do not need any more industrial space, nor do we need to have some of the last remaining natural land spaces destroyed. We have too much industrial traffic and smog as it stands, and we do not want or need more. Thank you, Jillian Robinson and family. Next is from Christine Vergara. Please, please, no more warehouses in Beaumont. Our air quality is getting worse and worse, and it is a huge problem. Do we want our children to grow up with increasing pollution from all of these trucks? Is that what Beaumont offers families, not to mention its toll on seniors? Christine Vergara. Next is from Pamela Smith. As one who has lived in the area since 1950 and earlier in Banning, to do this or even to consider doing this to the canyon natural lands and wildlife habitat and needed protection from the elements or man-made pollution is why the words a travesty against nature are used so commonly. That anyone would even remotely consider this level of destruction is beyond comprehension and a horrendous thing to do to your residents and all of us who live in this area. What God has created and what you destroy cannot be replaced. Canyons are canyons for a reason. This is not a natural and acceptable use of this land, and you all know it. Why are you so easily led down the paths by those who do not value any of Riverside County's natural landforms and habitats? Why do you choose to make money your God and not turn your eyes upwards and look around at what man should never see fit to destroy? On every conceivable level, this is wrong, and you are being used and assumed to be dumb as it were gullible and economically desperate for living in and holding on to your little town that is still beyond the warehouse madness and accompanying chaos of Ontario, Los Angeles, and Orange County. Stand up and project and defend Beaumont from this takeover. To me, it is war and as bad as being bombed and decimated by an unseen and cowardly enemy. To approve this project would be something you will regret for decades to come, and every possible adverse impact someone finds is unfortunate but acceptable comes to pass. Your commission will be loathed and hated, and this will be your legacy to the good people of Beaumont. How the many residents and neighboring communities opposed to this abomination will react to your failure to listen to them to be expressed. This I can promise you. Yours sincerely, Pamela Smith, Redlands, California. Next is Tiant Jenkins. As a Beaumont resident for the past 11 years, I echo the sentiment that we have enough warehouses in the area, including not one but 2 Amazon warehouses. Daily commuter traffic has become atrocious at Beaumont Avenue, as well as Highland Springs and Oak Valley Parkway. I believe the city should make it a top priority to upgrade the infrastructure and focus on better freeway access. Secondary to the issue, I believe that the city needs a second high school that would serve the populations below the I-10 freeway and growing communities west of the 10 freeway. Next email is Fran Krieger to Beaumont Planning Commission. Sirs, when I moved here in the early 1980s, you could see open spaces for miles. Now all you see are more and more houses and warehouses. I do not want to see Beaumont becoming another Redlands, Ontario, Moreno Valley, or one of the many other such cities in this area that have lost their open land. Also, how do you have these developers hope to support the water needs that such a development will require? You talk of increased fire protection, increasing roads, etc., but I haven't heard anything about how anyone plans to make sure there will be enough water available to support another new development. We don't need it, and I particularly want to see any more of the area taken over by housing or warehouses or any other types of buildings unless they are for police or fire protection. Next is from Stacy Ott. I won't be able to make tonight's meeting, but I totally 100% object to this new projected project. We have so many infrastructure issues in this city that haven't been addressed, and this is the last thing we need for our town. Enough building. I originally purchased a home back in 2007 when Beaumont was a small, sleepy town. You could get from one end of town to the other in a reasonable amount of time. Now it can take me 15 minutes to go 2.5 miles. This needs to stop. I think we have enough retail space and a lot of empty spaces for that. If the landlords didn't keep jacking up prices, those spots would be filled. Fill what we have and stop building. No more houses, no more apartments, no retail, no warehouses, nothing. Building more has taken the charm away from this little sleepy town that I fell in love with years ago. Please stop. Thank you, Stacy Ott. Next email is from Karen Calbano. No more warehouses. Our infrastructure not adequate enough. Please stop selling us out to big businesses. Keep this land an open field. Next is from Autumn Josso. Good evening. I wanted to submit my voice on the matter of tonight's planning committee meeting. As I would imagine most Beaumont residents feel, I am strongly and wholeheartedly opposed to the development mentioned within the 1,005-page document at the heart of tonight's discussion. I have spent most of my life as a resident of Beaumont, graduating from Beaumont High School, purchasing my first home in town, second and third, and now raising my 2 children here. While I fully understand that growth is bound to happen, it breaks my heart to look around and see so many areas that have been destroyed for an explosion of growth to include homes and now unsightly and unwanted warehouse logistics centers. There have been many proposals brought to us residents in the attempt to get us to buy these massive industrial centers, and each time we have been very loud and forthcoming about not wanting them for our town. While the large names behind these proposals promise the world for us to sacrifice more of our rural area, this is not even close to enough to outweigh the harm that it does to our town residents. I beg of you to do what is right and actually listen to your residents and taxpayers. Actually, let us have a voice in this and do not move forward in approving this awful proposal. Please stop from this moving forward before we become the next concrete jungle like Fontana and Ontario. Let us maintain the few beautiful rural hills we have left that make our town so special. Thank you, Autumn Josso. Next is from Vanessa Romo. I'm writing in regards to the Beaumont Point project. This project does not align with the Beaumont goals and policies. Furthermore, the fact that this project will impact our air quality and greenhouse gas emissions is a big no for me and my family, not to mention the added traffic congestion for those who commute. The massive industrial area plan is basically more e-commerce warehouses. In addition, adding another eyesore like Amazon to the other side of the freeway ruins the natural beauty of Beaumont, which is the main reason most people bought here to begin with. Buildings should be consistent with the preserving the natural beauty of Beaumont, and this project does not accomplish that. If this project is approved, residents who enjoy this view currently pay $8,000 in property taxes. Understanding the privilege of such great view within the Inland Empire must come at a cost. Will these residents have the cost adjusted or be asked to pay such a premium while losing what they are paying for. I urge the City Council and Planning Commission to reject this plan for our residents and future generation. Next is from Amina Edwards. Unfortunately, I'm at another meeting and cannot make this one this evening. I would like to know, 1, freeway on-ramps and off-ramps both ways and at least 2 each way will be part of the building plan, and if the cost will be covered by the companies building the warehouse or the citizens. 2, will the lanes be wide enough for the ease of flow of traffic? 3 lanes each way. 3, for recreation, can we have an outdoor running track, not just concrete trails? And real community center for activities, not just the ones that charge the community an arm and a leg, something similar to an YMCA. Thank you, Amina Edwards. Next is from Jonathan Berg. As the residents who will be impacted, I hope this project is denied. Unfortunately, the writing is already on the wall with the Amazon building already being built nearby. Some questions should be asked and hopefully answered. Will the developer carry the burden of all the disruptions, not only to the new infrastructure put in place, but also the maintenance of the infrastructure? Or will our already high property taxes pay for this? Will preservation be in a proper location and give the same rights as the neighboring Cienega Canyon? Is the study in the place supports the decision, the location of the preservation? Many who enjoy this paid premium for the hillside view when they purchase their home. They also pay anywhere close to $8,000 in property taxes. Will this be adjusted when they lose what they are paying for, or will residents continue to pay what they no longer have? Thank you for your time, Jonathan. Last one is from James Krautz. I am under no illusion to the Planning Commission that the local government authority has reached a foreordained conclusion of project approval. My comment is given without any hope that salient argument based upon wisdom, common sense, data, nor legitimate community aspiration expressed in stakeholder master plans will make one whit of difference in the face of greed, short-sighted thinking, and fealty to narrow special interests. No, my comment is a challenge to the commission to prove me wrong. Prove that you don't actually accordingly wait to the will of the public. Why do I say this? Because we, the public, have already seen this rodeo. The I-10 Logistics Center in Cherry Valley garnered thousands of voices in opposition, busloads of people at public hearings, and countless hours over years of devoted effort, time stolen away from evenings with families from busy working people, or shaved off the golden years of seniors and better things to do than simply provide the window dressing to lend a patina of legitimacy to an insincere process. In the end, even CEQA is toothless in the face of projects like this. The get-out-of-jail card of overriding considerations will be played. The general plan will be trampled and rendered meaningless by amendments and overrides. Pardon my cynicism, but you know I am speaking the truth. You have already reached a decision to move forward with another community-killing monster. James Krause. That's the end of written emails. I'll check one last time on the phone. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Put dinner away here. All right. So thank you. With that, Commission, we will go ahead and kind of proceed with questions. We'll have an opportunity to bring the applicant back up to answer questions. So for that reason, I'll leave the public comment period open, until we're ready to move on with potential recommendation time. As far as questioning goes, so that we're not bouncing all over the place and kind of repeating upon each other, commissioner to commissioner. If a topic comes up and you do have a follow-up question you'd like, just signal me and I'll let Joe, kind of answer questions so that we're at least staying in the same vein. Make it a little bit easier for everybody as we're bouncing around all these documents. Right, with that, Commissioner Stevens, we'll start with you.
Chair, were you going to give the applicant 5 minutes to rebuttal?
Thank you. Yes. My apologies. I intended to do that. I just skipped right over it. So yes, the applicant, 5 minutes for response.
questions, and we appreciate folks coming out and expressing their concerns. We really do. I just want to let you know, before I was doing industrial work, I was doing residential work. And so I was here 20 years ago as part of Fairway Canyon. And so a lot of the folks that are probably here tonight live in homes that I was part of the development team on. So, you know, I know how the process works. Development is tough. These decisions are tough. And people come out because they're concerned about what's going to happen. And I'm happy, though, now when I think about, I look across at Fairway Canyon, I see Champions Drive, and I know people are walking their dog there. And I see the Canyon Club, and I know people are hanging out there. And I know people are going to Christmas programs at the elementary school there at Tournament Hills. And so I'm hoping that some of the people here tonight that are opposed to this, if we are fortunate, if we get approval from you and the city council, that at some point their children and their children's children are working in these places so they can still live in Beaumont and don't have to move to Texas or Idaho or some other place to find jobs and a place to live. So, again, appreciate the questions. I had 10 minutes before, I have 5 minutes now, I just used one of them. I want to tell you that I can't give you all the answers because I just don't have enough time. But there are a lot of smart consultants here. We have scientists, engineers, biologists, geologists, fire specialists, traffic specialists, you name it, we have them, and they've done an incredible job. They put together an environmental impact report that's over 800 pages long, has a 22-section appendices. Each one of those runs over 100 pages. So when we get questions, did you look at this, did you look at that? We probably did. And, you know, we may have missed something, but it wasn't for lack of smart people looking at it. And so we got most of the questions. And I want to assure you that you know, we've looked at it carefully, staff has looked at it carefully, and if we have more detailed questions, it's probably in the document. So the big issue that's coming up consistently is traffic. We understand traffic is a huge concern everywhere. What I want to tell you, though, is that these folks here, these traffic consultants, prepared a 1,000-page traffic impact analysis, and they looked at 18 different intersections throughout the city. And I'm not even going to worry about the slideshow right now because it'll just distract me. But 18 different intersections. And what they identified is that 4 of those intersections are going to be fine even with our development. 2 of them require us to do some improvements. So we're going to build an intersection, or we're going to build a stoplight at Oak Valley and, let's see here, Oak Valley and Desert Lawn. We're also going to make some improvements on 4th Street at Potrero. We're going to put in another turn lane and make some signal improvements there. And then for the other 16 intersections, we're going to be paying our fair share, either if it's subject to a DIF program or a TUMF program, we're going to be paying fees towards those improvements. And if it's not subject to one of those fee programs, we're going to be paying a fair share of those improvements based on our sort of our burden on those areas. And the key thing here, though, is what they've determined is that all intersections impacted by the project will exceed the city's level of the city's general plan level of service standard when we're done, even without Potrero. And so let me just go to Potrero for a second. The Potrero and State Route 60. So this one I would like to show you. Let's see, it's page 21 of the slideshow. I'm not sure if this actually made it up before. Page 21.
It looks like they're loading the presentation back up. We'll just wait for a second for that to
Okay.
get there. And again,
So-
I won't take away from your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. This is, the question was raised about, here we go. So this slide, the question was raised about the certainty of the funding of this project. I understand, you know, traffic, big intersection problem, or big interchange programs seem like they take forever. But my understanding is that the big thing that, you know, that has to get cleared is the funding. And this one, as I understand, and staff can hopefully tell us what, you know, they can update this, but my understanding is that the funding is in place now for this improvement. The construction drawings are like 95%, and that it's supposed to start construction here, I don't know, in a year or so and be completed in 2028. Our first phase of development, if everything breaks 100%, will be about 2027. So we will have maybe one building open for a short period of time before Potrero State Route 60 interchanges in, and that's a game changer. Once that's in, it's going to, you know, all of our traffic studies were sort of assuming that wasn't there. Once that's done, the standards change. So air quality, I just want to stress again that we've looked at the health risk over a 30-year period, and that our scientists here have determined that there's no significant localized health risk impact to sensitive receptors. That's exactly why we're recommending to put it where we're putting it. It's far enough away from those sensitive receptors, the homes, the churches, the parks, the schools. It's over there tucked in on the south side of the 60 where the industrial belongs. And the impacts that are there are really regional threshold issues that aren't targeting the folks in Beaumont. Let's see here. I didn't talk much about, let's go to slide 26. The city a year ago adopted what's called the Policy on Land Use and Sensitive Receptors. And this was specifically to look at where should logistics type facilities go. And they created this policy. It came in after our project was already submitted, so technically we're not subject to it, but we've looked at it carefully. We support the policy. And this, here we go, it's up now. This little check sheet just tells you, we've gone through and we've looked at it. Public benefit fee we're doing. The most important thing, we're at least 1,000 feet separated from sensitive receptors. We're really, our closest is 1,500 feet, and most of them are well beyond 2,000 feet. We have truck routes which direct which direct our trucks to the nearest freeway directly. We've designed it to minimize visual impacts. We have dense landscape screen, and we are going to comply with the dark sky ordinance. So we are complying with the plus policy. The main thing is we're located in the right location. Again, we're south of the 60. And then the last thing here is just the direct project benefits. We've talked a little bit about the economic benefits. I didn't make these numbers up. We have a group that was hired. It's called DPFG. They are a very respected company that looks at the economic impact of projects on cities and counties. They look at sort of the burden on police and fire and general city staff. And they also look at tax revenue, both property tax revenue, vehicle license fees in lieu of property tax. They look at sales tax, and it's their conclusion that there's going to be a $1.6 million per year surplus for the city. And that's not even counting sort of like the extras that could be there. And if some of these uses end up generating sales tax on site, these industrial uses, that could be a complete game changer for the city. So thank you for the 5 minutes, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
I'm sure that we will have many for you and your team. Okay, start with questions. Commissioner Stevens?
So it can be for the applicant or staff, or are we just doing?
Let's just go either right now.
Either.
We'll just run through questions.
Okay. Just to start off, the California Avenue and 79, I did not see that as one of the intersections or improvements in the EIR. Is that correct? Did I miss that?
Yeah, let me confirm that. I'll have to pull up their TIA. I don't recall it being included in part of their study.
Okay. The reason being is that intersection, feeds, of course, California feeds right into 4th Street with access to the Amazon buildings and the warehouses there. It's very busy, very dangerous. Lots of traffic in the morning and in the evening. I've been hit several times, or not hit, almost hit several times. But there's been some major car accidents there, especially when it's foggy. I'd like to see some improvements in that, or that addressed, because you have people from Hemet commuting north to work at these warehouses potentially, and making a left from 79 right onto California. It's just a very dangerous intersection. And with more, with this project, that's just there's more workers, there's more jobs, and we need to consider the safety of that intersection. That was one thing.
So Commissioner Stevens, before we move on, let's kind of follow up on that a little bit. I do have a question then for the traffic consultant.
Hi, my name is Charlene Sohm with Urban Crossroads. We're the consultant that prepared the traffic study.
All right, thank you. So to Commissioner Stevens' point, what project traffic, as you're looking through the report, is coming from the San Jacinto Hemet area?
In terms of the project traffic
Yeah,
or?
project traffic.
So the study area that we evaluated is determined based on a 50 peak hour trip criteria, meaning if the project contributes 50 or more peak hour trips, then it's considered that the project could possibly have a negative effect to the intersection, and so it should be evaluated. For that particular intersection, it's a little too far to the south and to the east of this particular project, and so the amount of traffic projected to go down in that direction doesn't meet the 50 peak hour trip criteria, which is why we didn't evaluate it.
Thank you. Mr. Stevens, that helped clarify.
It
You know,
clar-
I don't think it changes your point that there's something that needs to be done.
It
but-
clarifies why it wasn't considered, but if you've driven that in the rush hour morning or afternoon traffic, it's very dangerous and a lot, you can see California is just backed up with cars going into that 4th Street commercial area.
Sure. Just some clarity too, that intersection is in Riverside County, not the city of Beaumont.
And it's state highway.
State highway.
Yeah.
Even with those things, it should be considered. You know, that shouldn't limit the consideration.
I just know how long it took them to approve a traffic signal modification there, First Street, so get that paving done. Any other, you know, if we're on the topic of transportation, you have any other along those lines?
We can continue down the transportation if you want.
Well,
I don't have.
I think so. We kind of keep the conversation.
Yeah, let's keep it transportation. There was a comment about an average of about 35 minutes for commuters. I think that's highly underrated. I think I know for me it's at least double. And just last week it took me 2 hours to get home, and I live 29 miles away from my employment. So I think that, I forget who said that, but again, on the traffic issue, that 35 minutes is way underrated.
Well, since we started with transportation, Commissioner Cooley, any questions about topic on transportation?
I'm not clear on, sorry. I'm not clear on how the traffic is going to move within the development. It would appear that you've got passenger vehicles headed to the recreation area that are going to be on the same roads and traveling the same as large trucks. How is this going to be mitigated, or is it? And I'm curious if that's going to be an absolute negative to people coming to that recreation center if they've got to dodge semi-trucks.
We're going to see if we can get a map pulled up so it shows a little bit of how the circulation will work on site. And then I don't know if anyone from the project team wants to talk about how we anticipate it will move between the commercial and industrial.
Mr. Chair, can we also line up the public safety aspect of this? I'd like to see how they were able to pull off one large cul-de-sac.
We will definitely get to public safety, for sure.
Shall I put the exhibit?
Yeah, I don't know if you have one that you want to use. We're looking through our attachments here to see if there's one, but if you've got one handy.
I'm just not sure I know how to find it on this, the way that this is
I
working.
think Carol's got one here. We can probably pull up her.
Well, they'll broadcast.
Yeah.
So they can.
Which page is that?
It's in the staff report. Yeah, it's not on your presentation. Page 38.
Have it up. It's up on the screen.
Okay, great. Pardon? Yeah, I can just talk to this briefly. So, to your question, Commissioner.
Just, would you mind moving to the mic, please?
Sorry, it's hard for me to see the screen then. But to your question, Commissioner, all the traffic entering the project will come in off of 4th Street, both both commercial folks and the industrial folks. But what we did is we located the commercial right at the very beginning of the project. And so what can happen is the folks who are going to the commercial center, they can either make a right immediately on Jackrabbit Trail and go up around the commercial center, or they can continue on 4th Street just a little bit further to Entertainment and then make a right on Entertainment. So we're getting the folks who are going to the commercial center. Thank you. We're getting the folks who are going to the commercial center sort of out of the way of the truck trips right as soon as they come into the project. And they kind of have their own little world with their own circulation circle around the commercial center.
So are you gonna ban trucks on that road?
No, we're not going to ban we're not, there's not going to be trucks on,
On Entertainment Way?
is that,
On Fourth Street, there will be, right?
are there trucks on Entertainment? There are no trucks on Entertainment.
Okay, so they'll be banned.
Banned, yes.
And then off Fourth Street, of course, there will be trucks.
Yes, yes.
You're just anticipating that anybody coming into the entertainment will turn off and not go up that road.
Correct, right.
Okay.
And then the road is an industrial collector in size, so it's been sized to accommodate the traffic volume that's anticipated from both the commercial and the industrial.
Yeah, Commissioner Goulet, I think to that effect, you know, from Potrero and Fourth Street, that would be the only vehicular access available, so it would be shared with.
Correct, and my experience in mall developments is that the road's there, they're gonna use it. And that's a concern I have. And if we're still talking about traffic, what kind of studies were done about the viability of the hotel and people coming off the 60 and weaving through the neighborhood in order to get to the hotel?
Well, we definitely don't think it's viable until Potrero and the 60 interchanges in. So that's why we're building the infrastructure up front as part of our phase one of development. We're grading the pad for the hotel, we're grading the pad for the entire commercial area, we're stubbing utilities to it, so it's ready. But until that Potrero interchange is in, it's really, your point is well taken, it's really not a very viable hotel site. Once it's in, that's not a very big move for people as they're driving on the 60 to see that, you know, they pass the marquee signs, they see the hotel, it's slightly elevated so that folks can see it as they're driving by on the 60. It's like, there's the hotel, they get off the next off ramp, make a right, and they're, you know, they're in the site. So it's not so far that we think it's gonna be a detriment for the marketability of the hotel site, but it does require that interchange to be in.
Your proposal is to gate off Jackrabbit Trail from the 60.
Yes, yeah, so unfortunately, you know, Jackrabbit Trail off-ramp is a substandard off-ramp, it's not safe, there's, you know, it's a safety concern now, and Caltrans has no plans to improve it. So what we did there is, you know, we're taking really, all the traffic is coming in off the Potrero, and once the Potrero and 60 interchanges in, that's really the main entry to the project. The off-ramp will remain in place at Jackrabbit Trail, and then there'll be a gate right at our project entry. And what that will do is make sure that no trucks are coming in that way, no passenger cars are coming in that way, but it leaves us with a secondary access point for emergency vehicles, first responders, and evacuation in the event of a need to evacuate.
And again, my question about retail and the restaurants and how is it going to attract visitors? So it won't be viable until that Potrero is done.
Yeah, certainly the hotel site. I mean, you know, it's possible. Again, the current schedule on the freeway interchange is 2028. That'll be here before we know it. And but you know, our plan is again, if we're fortunate to be approved, is to immediately start marketing with, you know, brokers who focus on commercial and hotel brokerage, to start getting out there, attending the ICSC, and you know, making it known that there's a new hotel site on the south side of the 60 with the entertainment zone coming, and see what kind of interest there is. But it may, you know, maybe a couple of years before before we actually can tell you who that tenant is going to be.
Okay, that's it with transportation.
Okay.
My question is going to be more geared towards staff. When we're heading towards Potrero, heading north into the residential areas, is that limited to only resident traffic, or are we allowing more than two actuals driving up there and then making a right on Oak Valley Parkway?
See, we'll pull up a truck route map so
Yeah.
that commission can see.
It won't be on there because it's. Oh,
Carol, we have an exhibit.
We have it if you want us to print
It's in my reserve deck.
The reason I bring that up is when you consider even cities like the city of Paris and Ramona Expressway, they limit trucks going into the city. I don't necessarily think that's the best idea, but in this case here, we have the Potrero entrance on and off. Considering not allowing trucks to go into residential areas might be a beneficial part of this plan. But I know that's a city council decision and really out the scope of the applicant. I just wanted to ask our staff about it.
I'm working on pulling up the general plan truck routes as well.
Well,
Right, so currently, in our general plan, trucks are allowed, permitted to travel north on Potrero and then in either direction on Oak Valley Parkway. I do not believe that there is a axle restriction either.
I know that's one of the concerns that residents had, right, as they have to look at an ugly building and they have to mingle with trucks on a 25-mile zone. Given that we're gonna be building, I believe, a new fire station right down the way, with that potentially with heavy traffic on the 60, divert all of these trucks to head north and then onto Oak Valley, maybe causing a restriction on our public safety response. That's why I wanted to talk to public safety about that. Yeah.
so I think we have the exhibit up right here. This is, while the city's truck route would allow trips to go north of Potrero up to Oak Valley and make the right or the left, we anticipated this would be a concern for the residents, up there. And so we directed our traffic consultants to evaluate the site, assuming that no truck trips ever went north of Potrero, north of the Potrero off-ramp. So if you can see this traffic distribution pattern right here, all the traffic assumed that none of it's going that direction. And we voluntarily say if the city would like to encumber us and say, you have to put signs or information to your tenants that they're not allowed to drive north of Potrero interchange, that would be fine with us.
Thank you.
So the ramp queue analysis that was done then, that's assuming no trucks are exiting the freeway at Oak Valley Parkway?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The ramp queuing analysis that was done then, that's assuming that there's no trucks exiting the freeway or entering the freeway at Oak Valley Parkway?
I think he's talking about north on Potrero.
Well, yeah, but Oak Valley would be their access point to the freeway.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, we did queuing analysis for all of the study area interchanges, but that queuing analysis, if there's any trucks, it would just be existing trucks. There are no project trucks on Oak Valley as part of that queuing analysis.
So if Oak Valley is part of the truck route network, in both directions there was really not a opportunity to restrict that unless we were to remove Oak Valley as part of the truck route. Am I correct with that?
Yeah, that would be correct.
I believe there's a mitigation measure, though, that's associated with this project to prohibit trucks from going to the north onto Oak Valley.
So how is that mitigation measure enforced when 10 years down the road, when you guys have built a successful project, sold off the properties to, users on there? How is that guaranteed to, continue as far as a restriction and mitigation?
So we have two mechanisms that we can put in place. One of them is the development agreement, which is binding on us and subsequent owners of the property. But more importantly, I think we can put into the HOA, which in this case will be a property owner association agreement, which will run with the land forever, these types of restrictions. And we can figure out with the city what sort of an appropriate penalty, sort of an internal private penalty. So if the city has no interest in enforcing it, we can figure out a private mechanism where, if our tenants, if folks give us information that, our tenants are using that, we can talk to them and impose some sort of fine to prohibit them from doing it. So it'll be a private enforcement mechanism that runs with the land as opposed to a city enforcement.
Okay, but that's not currently in the development agreement today, is some kind of enforcement or ability to do so?
What's in the development agreement currently is an obligation to comply with the mitigation measures, which is no traffic going north of Potrero to Oak Valley.
Okay. Is that language going to be strong enough to be enforceable?
Yeah. So the way a development agreement works is we're required as staff to provide an annual update, actually at this body, a review of all development agreements. And so part of that, staff goes through the components of the development agreement and looks at, in the early stages, are we making satisfactory project towards the goals of the development agreement in the sense of entitlements or required infrastructure or milestones that are established in that regard. As we get further down in the development of the project, through the remaining life of the development agreement, we look at these types of conditions. That are they complying with their conditions? Are we having a lot of calls for service? Are there, in this particular case, are we getting calls from residents that, there's trucks in the neighborhoods? Is PD saying, hey, we're having an issue down here with, parking on the streets, or, that kind of thing? And so we would bring that back to you guys as part of that development agreement review, and then would, through the discussion process with staff and commission, determine whether or not they were satisfactorily complying with the requirements in the development agreement. If they are found to be complying and everything is working as it should, then, it's a receive and file onto the next year's review. If it's not, and commission feels, or staff feels that there needs to be some issues addressed, it's then referred to city council for further action, as they're the ones that ultimately approve or amend a development agreement. So, a lot of the development agreements we have now, actually probably all of them, don't have any sort of mechanism like this. They're all very old. So this is sort of the first run at having this type of language in a development agreement that staff can work with and public safety can work with. To be determined if it is strong enough, if it will work. But the mechanisms are in place, if it doesn't work, to take action accordingly.
So what would, if it doesn't exist for the other properties out there, how do you determine, unless the logo isn't blazing across the truck, like Amazon does, how do you determine what's the origin point or the destination point for it?
Right, so that's a good question. We would rely on whatever information PD would have if they were out enforcing, either complaints that were received, or if there were some sort of commercial enforcement activity taking place. They would go out and do their, typical question and answer. Where are you going? This is not a truck route. You're not on the right, path or whatever. So additionally, even though this project is not subject to the plus, through the plus policy, the policy on land use and sensitive receptors that council adopted, we have requirements in there that we would look at the plot plan level. Because mind you, at this point, what commission is looking at is sort of the 30,000 foot view. So you don't have any site-specific development. Each of these pads and each of these individual planning areas, as they are laid out specifically, are going to come back to you for approval through the plot plan process. So as we're looking at these industrial projects, we have the ability to take some of the language from the plus policy that council adopted, which and I can email you all this out again after this meeting, but specific to provisions for each site manager, designating someone responsible for communicating with drivers coming in and out, letting them know the appropriate truck routes, the approved truck routes, such as what's shown on your screen here, and making sure that those trucks that come in and out are adhering to that particular development's policy and requirements that have been put on them by the city. So it's all kind of this is all kind of new for the city itself, because again, a lot of the projects we have that you're looking at, the Amazons in particular, those things were approved 10, 12, 15 years ago and are just now being built. But we can't go back retroactively on an entitlement that was granted. So we're learning from those experiences and putting new measures into place to hopefully address some of the issues that we currently deal with.
Got a question?
Just to follow up on that piece, I think we should work on something like that now. I mean, even if we make a recommendation in addition to the city council to look at that route as an option, because even though we're going to restrict these warehouses with impacts to congestion in that area with the Potrero, people are going to get off and head north on that route in general. And if we're going to already saturate our public safety, here's a good example in District 1 with Kevin Jeffries. We had that right on Van Buren. They ended up spending on about $80,000 to have an additional 4 hours for the CHP just to mitigate those trucks, right? So back to your point about being able to hold them accountable, it's going to cost us more money to do that than it is to from the get-go, set something in place that'll prohibit that route, or at least mitigate that use, but I think that's a great step forward.
We can carry those comments, if commission concurs at whatever happens in this meeting, we can note those comments and carry them forward to city council.
Appreciate that.
Comment or question? Will the same process be done and handled for the construction, since this is a multiple year project and the construction companies are not tenants?
Yes.
So
Yeah,
that's
so
an
the-
issue that needs to be addressed.
The short answer is yes, it would be. And again, in the policy, there is specific language to the construction time period and then the operational time period. So either and or both of those would be addressed through conditioning at the more specific plot plan level.
You know, as, for the applicant, question for you. You mentioned that you've got, I think, 12 million square foot of leasable space elsewhere in Southern California right now. You know, what are the types of uses, you know, are the, outside of a fulfillment center that's local serving by its nature? Where are the trucks coming from? Where are they going to? Are they serving local markets, national markets, regional markets? How do these types of businesses operate in the other facilities that you have?
Yeah, most of them are close to a freeway, so basically that's truck routes. So we're in Paris and they have a really heavy truck route that we have to comply with in regards to that. So the other things we talked about too.
But before, as far as the users for the facility, are they port users? Is it national shippers?
It's mainly port-related uses to bulk breakdown distribution and then back out. So it's half, I would say inbound, a lot of port-related.
Okay.
And then broke down and then basically going regional from that standpoint. So does that make sense?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out is, you know, if, because there's a lot of comments here about, you know, from the public comments on, you know, if we put these in, the traffic it's going to induce. What I'm trying to just rationalize is,
Right.
you know, where are they going from here? Is it, you know, serving Southern California? Is it serving Southwest US? Is it serving the Western US? Like, you know, where are these trucks going? Because that has a lot to do with the trucks that will still continue to be using Interstate 10 and, you know, and to a degree, Interstate 15 way out of here.
Right.
As they serve those markets. So that's why I'm just wondering from the projects you have, where are?
Most of them are outbound outside of the city in regards to that. So as they come in, distribution, bulk, repacked, and then basically back outbound with that.
Okay.
If not, if they're local, they're in step vans, right? They're fulfillment centers, right, for smaller step vans or what have you. So it's usually get back to the freeway and get out. This is a big issue with most cities in regards to truck routes. So everybody is strictly focused on truck routes and basically they focus on that. Us as developers are the same way. So we're basically looking at mitigation measures, improvements in infrastructure that balances out those truck routes. So one, enforcing it, we've even seen in leases, putting in the lease type deal. But these, from a user standpoint, the users are getting their truck drivers to comply with truck routes. The other thing too is I don't know where they're going. If they go across Potrero, they're wandering back there to go to the 10 freeway. I don't know why they would go that way, you know, after, you know, from that standpoint. I don't know that path, if you will, once we get the Potrero on and off ramp fixed, if you will. You can go westbound right now on the 60 freeway. I think you know that. You go over Potrero, you make the first right, you loop around, you're on the freeway. So with the on and off ramps being fixed, basically the outbound, they're able to go 60 to the 10, 60 west, if you will. So
Well, that would be, sorry, Chair, that would be in a perfect world. The reality is the 10 freeway gets congested heavily.
Yeah.
So the reality is once the traffic backs up all the way into Moreno Valley, you're gonna see these guys get off on Potrero and head north on that road and then get back on the 10, through Oak Valley. So it's gonna happen. It's very common. I do it all the time and I live off Beaumont, right? But, so I can only imagine everybody else is kind of like desperate to get out of that traffic gridlock and get out the way. So.
well, that's not what we want to do. So basically, whatever we can come up with, some mitigation measures, and if there's a city policy that basically we can come up with some source, you know, whether there's license plate readers, I mean, there's all kinds of things. You know, there's ways that maybe we can track it. Would love to hear that. I mean, we'll look at whatever to mitigate that and try to implement it, both in the CC&Rs, our lease agreements, from that standpoint. So happy to address that either way.
Okay.
Okay.
I think there was a comment that was made in there at some point that the traffic study didn't assume that Oak or Potrero existed, and now we're talking that the traffic study assumes that only Potrero is being used. You know, the traffic, if you could kind of help to clarify that statement for me, I'd appreciate that.
So as the team mentioned earlier this evening, you know, we've been working on this project for a really long time. So at the time we started it, the funding wasn't in place for the interchange, and so the timing of when we can guarantee that interchange would be in place for use was uncertain. So this traffic study actually analyzed it both ways. So we looked at it both what happens and what does it look like, and what do you need when you don't have the interchange, should the interchange not have been funded and never existed. And then there's also the condition of, here's what it looks like once the interchange is in place and you have your changes in travel patterns.
Okay. Thank you. That makes much more sense. And as far as the interchange goes, I know you're subject to some kind of tight deadlines on being able to get the project under contract. So the estimated construction start date would be, you know, where are we at for that right now?
Sure, we're 2 years away from the start of construction, 2 years to roughly finish the plans, and then construction is estimated to be an additional 2 years. So about 4 years
So
total.
4 years from opening,
Yeah,
but about 2 years from starting construction.
that's correct.
And if everything goes perfectly with this project, it's probably about 2 years away from having an occupancy. You know, assuming there's no challenges, we are able to move through with final engineering, grading, building permits, so on and so forth. Because I mean, maybe one of the things I would, you know, consider at this point was maybe there's a way to tie, you know, an occupancy to at least the construction contract being awarded.
Right, so, I think because it is a moving target, as we all know, with
Right.
construction of any projects, that I wouldn't advise, that wouldn't be my preference. This project has multiple phases, and I don't wanna speak to construction timing, I'll defer to Mr. Seibert or someone else on the project team for that, but, 4 years from now, at opening of Potrero, I'm not sure if we're 50% built out, or if we're, you know, one building in. So of the 8 planning areas, you've probably got one of those planning areas built at opening of Potrero. So, and again, the analysis has both with and without, so you can kind of see what that looks like. You know, intuitively, at opening, when those ramps are functional, that automatically improves conditions,
Right.
right?
Yes.
So, you know, that is a positive. The other thing with this project is if it moves from commission to council and gains council approval, we're still dealing with LAFCO for, you know, I would anticipate 6, 8, 10 months, who knows, right? So it is a process to get through the LAFCO, and until that process is done, the city still does not have jurisdiction to issue any type of permits for grading, for moving any dirt, for doing anything like that. So even at approval of this at the city level, LAFCO still has to approve the annexation in order for the property to be in the city, for the city to have jurisdiction to even begin, you know, official issuance of anything that would allow construction to take place.
Okay, so a grading permit can't be issued until a LAFCO decision has been made.
Yeah, staff would not, there's been a policy in place for a number of years here that we do not move forward with anything at risk. And so this would fall into that category, which would be, you know, until entitlements, until you're in the city, we don't have jurisdiction, so we would not.
Would applicant be able to process plans?
I don't know, actually, it's a
Okay.
good question. So typically, again, I think that falls under at risk, and we
Right.
would not accept, if it's not in our jurisdiction, typically the answer would be no,
Okay.
right?
Okay,
I can't speak to, you know, a year from now,
right,
if that holds or not, right?
right,
But at this point in time, the policy is that we don't process at risk.
okay. Any other questions on transportation or traffic-related issues? All right, Mr. Kuda, I'll go to you for the next question, since Commissioner Stevens started off first.
In your phases of construction, what phase is where your recreation area is going to be? Is that the end?
Very good question. I think Mr. Canfield said that it'll be graded in phase one. It'll be graded in phase one. So when we start the project, it goes from east to west as far as the development, as you saw on the slide, of the site plans, if you will. So phase one will be the first building pad, all of the commercial and all the infrastructure around the commercial, so it'll be pad ready. We've already hired a broker, commercial broker, in marketing the property. So we're already out there looking and trying to see what feasible uses would be for the commercial piece. So really, to answer your question, it's gonna be pad ready, based on market driven, type uses, because somebody wants to see that, the interchange is in, and basically there's gonna be development there. So we're gonna push it along and try to expedite the retail and the commercial development. The good news is we're gonna have a full pad ready. A lot of developments in this size will basically has maybe a retail or commercial piece that's another pad away, that they don't have infrastructure to it, but soon as we have some interest, we'll build the infrastructure. We'll have all the infrastructure invested in this and the pad ready. So that's, I can't say phase one, we believe it's gonna be somewhere in that phase one, phase two, hopefully you get interest. We're out making a concerted effort to try to find some users and the retail users in the market.
Thank you. That was a lot of the comments from the public, that was a positive, and wanted to make sure it wasn't pipe dream. Hopefully it was down the road or you decide to abandon that very last piece. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and to tell you the truth, there's a lot of developers want to hold on to it and develop themselves or whatever. We'll joint venture. We're working on with other retail and commercial developers because it's not as much our expertise. We've brought in commercial developers. I think we had one of our early meetings with staff almost 3 years ago. We brought a commercial developer in to kind of do the site plan with us, to have it a more balanced, feasible type site plan. So we'll look to joint ventures with them. We're willing to sell a pad offer to whatever to expedite it. But it's a big thing for us. We really want to see that part go. I think it's great for the community and what we want to see a balance. And the hotel site is needed. I think it's something that's really, there's a real need for it in the community today.
And if I can just add one point of clarity for the commission and for the general public. That planning area where the retail and commercial hotel is proposed is a commercial designation, both general plan and through the specific plan or the zoning document. If that were to go away and say, 5 or 10 years down the road, someone wanted to make it industrial, as I know that kind of came up loosely tonight in some of the comments, that would actually take a specific plan amendment and a general plan amendment that would have to come to planning commission and council for that to happen. So it's not like they can just swap out a use. That's not how this document works. So it's built in as this is how we're general planning and zoning this particular piece, partially for that reason. So there's some comfort level that we can't just decide we're gonna build industrial instead of the retail and commercial there. So it would take a concerted effort on both the part of the applicant as well as commission and council to really make a change to that location.
And specific plan amendments, general plan amendments, those would still be discretionary items if they came back.
Solely discretionary, very much like what's before you this evening.
Right, okay. Any other questions on the kind of the entertainment or commercial piece at this point?
Oh, yeah, I have one question about the road on Entertainment Way. It seems like this is a private road. Is there a way we can have this mirror the other? Oh, sorry. Sorry, let me repeat the question. And this is in regards to Entertainment Way. We know that this is a private road there. I wanted to see if there's a way the applicant would be comfortable making this road wider. The reason for that is, again, I can't emphasize how great your team has been to secure public safety approval on one large cul-de-sac, and I know that's one major area there. If we can make that road the same width as the others, is that something that's possible?
Just want to make sure. George, is that a 40? I mean, do we know? It's 54 in Industrial Way is?
Industrial Way
Is 50. So the request is to make it the same size as Industrial Way? Yeah, not 4th Street.
I didn't understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I think that was.
Industrial Way? Yeah, so I'm just trying to make sure that
Is it larger?
the metrics
Well, industrial and entertainment are the same.
are the same. So industrial and
clarify.
entertainment are the same width. I think industrial, I just think about the improvements. It's curb and sidewalk on one side, I believe. Yeah.
He was referring to 4th Street, the industrial collector, the 78-foot.
pull it up right now too.
Yeah, the Entertainment Way, I think the question is about Entertainment Way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the question was for that road where we're gonna have all the fun stuff, if you will. We
Yep.
know that road, we know that probably one of the reasons why you guys are making it extra large is for public safety and people will be able to turn around and do all that. Is it possible to look at it that way?
Let the guru speak.
Excuse me, Mr. Commissioner.
He's like, "Wait a
I was in the
minute,
listening room. I want to clarify and take your question. Joel Morse, TMB Planning. We wrote the specific plan with the help of the rest of the team. So I want to make sure there's no misunderstanding. In the specific plan on page 211 is the cross-sections of the various streets. Entertainment Way is designed as a 50-foot street with sidewalk on one side. That's really, no sidewalks. And that's intended to be a buffer between the commercial and the entertainment and provide access around the commercial so the users of the commercial can traverse this commercial and get in and out. Industrial Way is identified as a 40-foot industrial road strictly for emergency access from the far ends of the industrial site. Theoretically, let me ask your question. Your question was, you wanted to make Entertainment Way the same size as Jackrabbit on 4th Street?
Whichever one was the larger one, I think it was 4th Street, was it?
4th Street and Jackrabbit are the same. They're both 78 feet.
And Entertainment Way?
Entertainment Way is 50 feet.
That's the one I'm talking about. So Entertainment Way with 4th Street.
That question I can't answer. I can only clarify what it is.
So I think, if you look at the sections on here, Jackrabbit, while there's 78-foot roadway sections, the actual roadway itself is 56 feet wide. So an Entertainment Way, the roadway is 50 feet wide. So there's about a 6-foot difference from curb to curb width on each of those streets. It's the right-of-way and parkway.
I understand what it is.
Right.
6 feet, you can fit an emergency vehicle. The reason is for public safety, right? When we have an accident out there, again, I can't stress enough that your team was phenomenal to secure one large cul-de-sac, one way, right? So they have Jackrabbit for an emergency, but when we have a huge hotel in that area, is there enough room? And this is why I wanted to get public safety out here.
We will be coming to that
Is what
shortly.
that looks like for public safety in a high-stress area like that, whether there's a fire. I know you guys are putting some mitigations for fire brush up in the north. What does
So-
that look like for an actual emergency? Those 6 feet is a big difference.
Okay, I want to clarify one other point for you, Mr. Commissioner. I'm not going to argue the 6 feet one way or the other. At the moment, I'll let the team figure out whether there's something we could do about that. But I think it's important that, and we didn't get to it in the presentation, although it is in the later stages of the presentation, the significant activities, the significant effort we made to ensure excellent fire safety access. So the way this project is designed is that with each new planning area, a portion of 4th Street will be constructed on the south, Industrial Way will be constructed on the north, and a connecting 40-foot road will be connected so that there's always circular access to all portions of the site as it's constructed. So there'll be no portion of the site that's constructed that is subject to a cul-de-sac. In fact, even at the end, all of those industrial planning areas are required to have a 40-foot access clear through their parking lot connecting 4th Street and Industrial Way. So there will always be full circulation. I just want to make sure that that was clear. The point about additional 6 foot on Entertainment Way, I'm not going to answer for the applicant, but in my mind, sure. The idea of Entertainment Way was to make it a little more intimate and to discourage the trucks from using it. And the smaller the road, the less likely they'll use it. But if you're concerned about public safety, maybe there's a way to add some right-of-way that's drivable for maybe this is the compromise. Sometimes I'm smart. Compromise, and maybe we add some drivable right-of-way that's not really part of the road, but it is for access. I think that's something that's really easily done. Sorry for jumping in, everybody.
I think it's workable, and I think we can make that work. I think it's actually a good point. Good add.
Thank you.
So on both those roads are indicated as private roads. So, those would not fall under city maintenance. So the only roadway that falls under city maintenance on this would be 4th Street and Jackrabbit. And only a portion of Jackrabbit. Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions on the entertainment? No? All right. we'll move to yours, to your question, and it sounds like it's gonna be public safety.
No, it's actually not gonna be public.
Oh,
safety.
okay.
I will move on to my fifth question here.
Mr. Gray, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you adjust your mic? We're just not picking up the levels.
Is that better for you guys?
Yes, thank you.
I wanted to talk about the financial stuff. You know, when we looked at the tax and the revenue, we talked a lot about the revenue that the city's gonna get, which I think it's like 1 point something million, 6 million, yeah. 1.6 million, yeah. The county is gonna get about 4 point something, right? There's a 75-25 rule. I wanted to see if we can elaborate a little bit on what that annexation actually looks like and if we're gonna be made whole when it comes to these, when it comes to this piece.
Sure, I can speak to that. So there is an annexation agreement that Beaumont, along with a large number of other cities in Riverside County, are part of, and that was entered into back in 1982. And it does specify that annexations for the original area of the city are subject to a 75-25 split on property tax revenue. So we have provided to commission in the binders, I believe it's the attachment X binder, the fiscal impact analysis that basically shows initially at build out year 1 and then build out plus 20 years, what the surplus or deficit, which in this case it is a surplus in both cases, would be to the city. So after looking at the recurring annual revenues as shown in the table 1, you have property tax, you have TOT for the hotel, and various other tax revenues that could occur. And then you have expenditures, you know, public safety, public works, et cetera. And we show in that first year that there's a general fund surplus of 1.5 million. So, and then of course, looking out 20 years, that could reach as far as 24 million. This is a fairly conservative estimate in the sense that we're not anticipating any fulfillment center or any retail point of sale necessarily in any of the warehouses, such as with Amazon, in which case we know then that revenue is much larger when a city is able to secure a fulfillment center. So we provided the applicant the city's modeling. So they use this based on the same projections that the city uses to do long-term budget forecasting. And so we do believe in this particular case that regardless of the annexation agreement, the city is made whole and then some with this particular project.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Your question on that topic? All right, well, I'll bring up fire or public safety then. So I would like to hear from the city staff on this a little bit, because I didn't see the fire protection plan included with this, because I do have some concerns with that on, you know, essentially this is a single point of access going back to 4th and Potrero. I spent 20 years in design, and all I ever heard was 1320-660. You know, so it's, you know, I'm just kind of wondering, you know, what's going into that plan? How is public safety being affected? Because this is not what I have typically seen, you know, in my career.
Okay, oh, mic's on. So as they said, the project's in the high fire and very high. Title 14 requirements for the dead ends to your, for this area is up to 5280. Hence the connecting as they phase, connecting to Industrial Way through. And the loop around at the top in the fire protection plan, which it was included in the draft.
It's in the draft EIR, however, the appendices were not provided. I can pull it up, it's on our city's website, so if you give me just a moment.
A request of fire was that they did a fire fire behavior modeling and evacuation study. I believe, I believe JUDEC was part of that.
Okay.
And it was reviewed by fire and accepted by fire.
Okay.
With acceptable evacuation times.
Except evacuation times. But everybody's going to evacuate on 4th Street.
No, it utilized Industrial Way and Jackrabbit Trail, because
Oh, but it-
Jackrabbit Trail will be a bump gate to allow exiting onto the 60.
So that's the only, once Portero is in, that's the only kind of non-freeway standard access point on Highway 60 along the entire corridor from the 10 to, I guess, the 10 in LA. You know, if Caltrans were to close that, and that's not in any of our jurisdiction to be able to say yes or no to it, then we're at a point where everybody has to evacuate down
Down
Fourth Street.
to Portrero.
And, you know, I just look and say, you know, we look at highway development, you know, 70 years ago, we were 4-lane conventional highway. These buildings will be around for 70 years. I'm not sure that, you know, I have a lot of faith that that access point will be available for a long time.
Okay, so we had asked for a letter of concurrence from Caltrans regarding Jackrabbit Trail not being closed. And we did obtain that, or developer did obtain that and provide that to the city. It should have been in the EIR. Robert.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Fong with CR Associates. I'm a senior traffic engineer, and I also did the evacuation analysis in concurrent with Dudek, fire expert. So we look at multiple scenarios for the fire evacuations as well as the fire pattern depending on where, right? With any type of emergency evacuations, it's always where, when, and how many are in the near the dangerous area. And overall, we look at 17 different scenarios at fire request, each with different threshold and timeline, which was found acceptable by the city. In concurrent, we also look at what if Jackrabbit was closed, what if Fourth was only available, as well as the reverse. And all of those were disclosed and documented as part of our analysis. Now, as she mentions that Caltrans did concur to not close it, and with how sensitive it is for wildfire these days, I would think it would be very unlikely that they would fully close that. The project is installing a gate that emergency and first responder can open to facilitate evacuation if needed.
So we have a letter from Caltrans stating that they would maintain an evacuation route onto the state highway system at Jackrabbit Trail.
I'm not sure what page that would be on.
Because if there is that letter, I'd like to see that, because this is a very significant concern for me.
Noted.
This is an evacuation route for the Amazon project. This is for USAA too, as you know, Nate. So I think we have that route, that interchange right there in regards to having an access point for the emergency. So that was shared, that's a shared emergency access point, so we can get that to you.
I would appreciate that.
Okay.
I would like to see some assurance of that, because, you know, Caltrans will do as Caltrans does.
So they'll just pull it, is what you're talking about, yeah, that they would just close it on their side, and the gate doesn't matter, so.
Right, because the report in the document stated that it would be used for emergency vehicle ingress and egress.
Yep.
It didn't talk about evacuating the site onto the state highway to clear them out.
Right.
So I think that there's some language in there that is inconsistent. If the intent is that we are moving vehicles, you know, emergency vehicles onto the state highway during an emergency situation, how's that gonna impact highway operations? I know Caltrans is not liking that very much. If we're using it for emergency ingress, you know, again, the only left turn that now exists on the entire corridor would be at Jackrabbit Trail.
Right.
And I don't see a lot of cases where once Portrero is open with the full access, that left turn remains, which means that fire ingress would have to be service vehicles from Moreno Valley, or we'd have to we'd have to drive our response to Moreno Valley, turn around and come back up.
Right. But just as a note too, when you come out of that driveway, there is a fire access road that parallels the freeway. There is a side road that is on there, that I think USA had to do in regards to that side road.
Yeah, but I think Amazon, if you look at
Yeah.
their property and their building, is still within a half a mile of Fourth and Potrero. So if you're looking from a
They're
dead
right
end
up
kind of
against ours.
perspective.
Yeah. They're
Right? They've got access coming from two different directions. You can come down Fourth, you can come down Potrero, and you can get onto their site with less than a half mile
Right.
of distance. To get to your furthest building, if we have 5,000 employees that are working down there.
Right.
And a wildfire's coming down.
Right. But you have 2.8 million square feet and two buildings that was conditioned on that emergency access to the freeway. And then they had that sliver road to be able to stack car or have an access escape area off to the side. So there's a parallel road that runs along the freeway there. If you go there, you can see it on that. And anyways, we're happy to follow up and study that. And we went through extensively with Fong and the whole team in regards to evacuation plans and all of that. But happy to talk about that further and try to work through that. And we'll follow up on the Caltrans issue.
Okay. Because to me, that's a critical issue.
Chairman
That's
Smith.
something that has to be.
As early as just before the meeting, we had looked at the email that, from Caltrans that identified concurrence with the gate or no objection to the gate being there, but it didn't speak specifically to not ever closing that, as we know how Caltrans is. So,
Right.
but that is what we have.
So we have concurrence that they don't object to a gate.
Correct.
We don't have anything that indicates that would be available 10, 15, 20 years down the
That
road.
it will remain open in perpetuity. No, I don't believe that was stated in the email.
So then everybody's going through Fourth and Jackrabbit through the Amazon project. So if the hillside's on fire and the fire is coming down, everybody that's evacuating is on the road that's adjacent to the hillside that's on fire. Okay. Yeah, I think that needs more study. To me, that doesn't meet what we need from a public safety perspective. I'm very hesitant to put people in danger. I've been by in the last 5 or 6 years, 2 warehouse fires.
Yeah.
One of them was an arson in Redlands, right? I think we saw that one go up in flames. And the other was when a jet crashed into one over at March Air Force Base. None of them are wildfire, but sometimes just stuff happens, and that's, and that's kind of the concern, is to make sure that when something happens that's unexpected or outside of our control, that we still have the ability to get people safely out. If building 1 is the one that's burning, how am I getting buildings 2, 3, 4, and 5 past that?
Totally agree. So we'll work on the Caltrans. So, just as a note, I think Ryan Hoy's here with the owners of Hoy Ranch. And this last fire, Ryan pointed out that basically the Amazon fire team was able to save the house. And because of that development.
Okay.
Amazon poured a concrete fire road that goes to Jackrabbit, so it made the fire trucks be able to just go to the cul-de-sac until 4th Street comes through to get water. They used to have to go all the way to 6th Street.
So, I didn't see the fire protection plan. I think that's something that needs some more study. And that's something that I would like to see, before I'm kind of comfortable agreeing with the recommendations that we have on there.
Okay.
Good evening, Jose O'Leary with Urban Crossroads, and thank you for this opportunity to address you. So regarding this closure or concern of the closure of Jackrabbit Trail at SR 60, there's procedures that that agencies need to abide by per the Streets and Highway Code. And these procedures require, when there's any change to circulation, closure of a road, or you're gonna add a new road and circulation's gonna change or get impacted, you have to go through a public process to do that. Caltrans can't just unilaterally just close that because they have to comply with these laws as well. So they're gonna have to hold public meetings, get inputs. And if there's concerns over, hey, I don't want that road closed because, that's where agencies like, City of Beaumont would step up, residents would step up, other agencies could step up, fire could step up and express concerns, and they take that into consideration before any change closures come to roadways. So I just wanted to add that. I hope that helps you in that you will have an opportunity if they ever choose to make that closure. So I don't know if city engineer wants to add anything to that as well, but I just wanted to let you know that there is a procedure to do that.
So I know that there was conditions with Potrero that we had to close the 2 left turns on Western Knolls. I couldn't yell at my kids to hold on to their butts as we were making the left turn into Dowlings anymore. But we haven't, has there been any formal conversation, or are you aware of that conversation starting regarding Jackrabbit?
No, there's been no real discussions between the city and Caltrans regarding Jackrabbit Trail.
Okay.
This is why I keep saying it's a huge cul-de-sac, right?
Yeah.
This is the reason why. I think that the team, 4 years investing in doing this, I know they're doing their due diligence to make sure that we have a safe plan. I know staff has done a great job making sure that it's a decent, safe plan, but I'm with the commissioner here, we're not in the business of, having people drive through fires. So if we can work on that, I think that'd be great.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, so there is a letter, and it was I think it's an email. So we presented the information to Caltrans in a series of meetings. This is specifically what we're doing. We're building this project. We're gonna gate Jackrabbit Trail and use it for emergency vehicle access only. Do you have any concerns, objections, anything you want to raise as part of this EIR to tell us that that's not consistent or acceptable to you? And they came back and said, we have no comment on this. This is fine. So we'll get you that document. I apologize, we don't have it at our fingertips.
That's fine. But you just said again, to Caltrans, you said for emergency vehicle access.
No, I think, well, we'll find it for you, but I believe it was also evacuation, so.
Chair, we can just let them find the document, and
Yeah.
then we'll hold that on its merit.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Okay.
Just one more thing, and I should have touched on it. So within the fire protection plan and the fuel mod plan, it takes into account the type of structures that are being built. All fire resistive structures with ample fuel modification zones around them. So to the evacuations and to the safety and not wanting residents driving through or employees driving through the fire. You have an ample buffer zone, and when you get the data, you'll see that accounts for all of that.
So that accounts for structure fire.
No wildland fire, because there's the
'cause-
buffer zone that has been built into it.
Because I will say that, there was a fire in Banning that came up against the neighborhood, and CAL FIRE did a phenomenal job about getting crews out there, getting it done. But getting people out of that neighborhood was chaotic. And that was 50, 60 homes. If we're talking, we've got, hundreds or thousands of employees, each one driving individual cars as they're getting there, that effort as aircraft is flying over, retardants are being dropped, and we're trying to get people out along the hillside, that just seems like there's a lot of opportunity for chaos, which is not what you want when you're fighting a fire.
Understood.
Chair, can we also give them a little benefit of the doubt here? Can you guys talk about the new fire station that's gonna be built out and what the response time would be? Anybody have that?
It's,
Olivewood and Potrero, it's 1.7 miles away.
so less than 5 minutes.
Less than 5 minutes.
So I would say for the 90% of the time, right.
Absolutely, I'm with you on that, but,
Right.
we have to give credit to staff as well as our public safety. They're some of the best in the country,
Mhm.
right? So, and I think you gave a couple examples of that, so.
Yeah. Okay, other concerns on public safety?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Commissioners, my name is Doug Nichols. I'm with DUDEC. I was part of the team writing the fire protection plan. And I just wanted to echo what the fire department representative was talking about, the ample space around these buildings. But I also wanted to add that with the industrial buildings, they have a certain construction type, probably more like a type 2 construction type, which is very fire resistant, typically concrete, and doesn't have any combustible materials on the exterior. In addition to that, there's at least 150 feet or more of pavement, parking areas, and beyond to the nearest vegetation, native vegetation. Also have landscaping around it as well. So it's very well designed as far as resisting potential ignition from a wildland fire. And then regarding the evacuation concerns, while these buildings are not built as a shelter-in-place type of building, they would substitute for that in the time of an emergency. That would be the call of the fire department, sheriff's department, police department, whoever's making those emergency decisions. But it's different than a house where you have a house built out of combustible construction, where these are steel, glass, and concrete. So they're not readily ignitable. They also don't have roofs that are going to be readily ignitable as well. So they will offer some resistance to being ignited in a wildland fire. If it's racing up the back and from the Badlands there up to that slope in the back, there's going to be some time to shelter in place. Fires move very quickly. It's not going to be there for a long, long time. So if they need to shelter in place, they can gather people up, move them to the industrial buildings, and let that first wave pass through, and then gradually evacuate the people. So it's a little bit different than a residential community where people are gathering all their personal possessions and the pets and the cats and the dogs and everything else, and where those structures are perhaps more susceptible to wildland fire than this type of a setting. So that's a little bit of a background. Again, it's not designated as a shelter in place, but it can be used at that in an emergency if necessary, if the fire department deems it appropriate in that setting. So you've got, again, a lot of territory around it, a lot of space, certainly would serve in that result. So you could phase out the evacuation, so to speak, if that was necessary.
Okay.
Just wanted to point that out.
Now, is there a way, again, I need to spend some more time looking at the fire prevention plan before, I'm kind of comfortable moving forward with this, but, is there a mechanism that's envisioned as part of that plan that would alert people, alert them to shelter in place, because people tend to panic, and if you see something coming down the hillside, even if it is out quick, like I said, CAL FIRE responded in Banning, and I think they had that thing out in an hour and a half, and they lost one person's fence. It was a phenomenal job that they did. But it doesn't stop the people from panicking. So, how are we, does this plan address being able to tell people who are working in here that are hearing there's a fire from jumping in their car and just trying to push through? And if that's not included in there, I think that needs to be included in there as part of what that is, through the plan, through the, through conditions, and I think it should be somewhere addressed.
So, again, these are not combustible buildings. These are
No, I
concrete.
understand they're not combustible buildings,
I'm not gonna,
people get scared.
Yeah, they get
People
scared.
panic.
Right, but there's nothing on fire, it's on the sides, right? And there's the widths of these buildings, the span of these buildings, and I think Kylie has said it, is in regards to Industrial Way to Fourth Street, you have a massive amount of just concrete, asphalt, concrete buildings and stuff, so.
No, I understand,
Yeah.
and the chance of wildfire jumping from the hillside to a building is slim. The building
Sure,
material,
yeah.
the building materials, the spacing, so on and so forth. My concern is.
Not to say the high-powered, ESFR sprinkler system inside and.
My
all of that,
my
yeah.
concern isn't the building catching on fire. My
Yeah.
concern is people panicking when they
Yeah.
they get the text message that says there's a wildfire on
Right
Fourth
now.
Street in Beaumont. And, how is this protection plan, going to address those business owners where, they're, for all intents and purposes, there's one way out for them, is through Jackrabbit and Fourth Street. Is there an education campaign that's dictated as part of it? Is there an evacuation plan and order? What is in that plan so that the employers and the employees are educated that in that fact, here's what the response mechanism is. Stay calm, stay here, instead of jumping in the car, trying to race through the intersection and causing a problem for our responders who are just trying to get out there to fight the fire.
Right.
That's what I would like to see. I have faith in, that the building
great.
materials, the building type is not combustible, on its own from a wildfire. Like I said, there's that one in Redlands, I think somebody lit the material inside for some kind of claim on it. But, that's kind of an extreme situation for these. It's the people that I worry about.
I agree with you on that sense, but we're looking at such a micro level. I think it's required by a lot of these businesses to create their own evacuation plans and everything. So holding the developer accountable for something that is that should be dictated by every individual business is kind of rough on them. But I would like
But
to go with.
the fire protection plan can dictate the mechanism that the business owners need to develop it.
100%,
Right.
100%. And I think they're gonna expand on that there.
Yeah.
Okay. Fong has something to say, but I just wanted to tap in. In the fire protection plan, we do have recommendations for an education plan to the tenants and employees there, and recommendations on how to, make sure people are aware in the event of a, not just necessarily wildfire, but, emergencies. But ultimately, I also want to point out that it's not the individuals that make the call for evacuation. It's actually your law enforcement personnel, whether it be sheriff's department or police department. They're the ones that pull that string and says, okay, it's time to evacuate. So the tenants or the residents would just need to know what to do when that time comes. And that's where the education program comes. And we did, make that recommendation, say, okay, here are the things that you need to do to have in place, brochures, pamphlets, manuals, whatever it is, so that they know when that happens, where do you go? What do you do? Who do you call? So that will all be in place when it's actually, they dial that in, that plan will be ready to go. Fawn, go ahead.
So, Chairman, just to provide some clarifications. The call to make an evacuation order is regulated by both the county and the city. You both have your hazard mitigation plan as well as your emergency operation plan. And when the city activate those plans, the incident commander is the one that dictate what goes where, how each department coordinate with each other. You already have a plan in place, and you should trust the professionals to know what they're doing, what call they make. They understand fire, where it flow a lot better. The purpose of the protection plan is not an evacuation plan. It's to support the evacuation plan in that to make the structure more defensible, to harden the structure around the area, to estimate how much time it would take. But everything is going to be decided by city professional if and when those things are needed. Granted, you will have some shadow evacuees, the people that say, oh, look, it's smoke over the horizon, I'm going to leave. But typically these days, after so many wildfire, professionals have learned that you don't want to have that mass evacuation, gridlock everything, and block half the road. So you do a phased evacuation, get those closest and endangered out of the way first. The rest can afford to wait, especially with these buildings, they can afford to wait a little bit longer. If there are nearby structures that are more endangered, they would get those out of the way first. I hope that addressed your concern and questions.
I understand. I still have concern. So I mean, there's two different things, right? I guess I understand the point. I still have concern that, like I said, if it comes down at a particular point, nobody's able to get out. There is no relief valve. The fire's coming down at Jackrabbit Trail as it did earlier this year. Then everybody's told to hold in place, right?
Right.
And my concern isn't the plans here. It's that people, when they're scared, act irrationally, right? And that's my concern. And I don't know how to address that. I'm just still not quite comfortable with what we have there. And that's something I'm gonna have to take a look at. I'm gonna have to evaluate.
Okay.
But I don't have that level of comfort tonight. All right, so let's move on to next topic. Commissioner Stevens?
Yeah, I have one on infrastructure as it relates to sewer. And I guess to staff initially, how are we with our treatment plant? Is it at capacity? What's our capacity? Can we accommodate a hotel? And I understand the in the EIR, with the lift station, understand all those mechanisms, but our sewer rates have gone up and will continue to go up. And what's our capacity?
Sure, I don't know the exact capacity of the wastewater treatment plant. However, I know it does have capacity enough for this improvement by a significant margin. We're not operating at near capacity by any means.
And with the, any more homes coming in and more developments, we're still going to be okay.
Yeah, I believe so. There's a master plan in place that accounts for the build out of the city. So again, I don't have those exact numbers, but I know that we're operating well within the capacity for even the near future.
Yeah, this use is fairly low generation rates.
On the industrial, commercial,
Yeah.
okay.
Unless we're going to commercial brewing or something.
Well, the hotel was the main
Oh,
concern.
yeah.
So I started you off with infrastructure, if you care to ask more questions on that.
Well, we were talking kind of about sewer. So we're lifting to a lift station? Is essentially what we're doing?
Yeah, there's a series of lift station. This site proposes a lift station on site for the local flows, and then it through a force main pumps it to the existing crossroad lift station. This project is conditioned to do some improvements to that to increase its capacity. And then that lift station ultimately pumps it to the wastewater treatment plant, just down the street on 4th Street.
These would be publicly maintained lift stations? No, the one on 4th Street is.
Yeah,
Correct.
the city
This one
doesn't
would be as well?
allow
No
just
private pumps?
categorically private lift stations.
I'm not gonna complain about that. Okay.
I do have a follow-up question on that, more informational. Are diesel generators allowed for backups on those lift stations? Still allowed?
Yeah, there's a process to certify them through CEQA or AQMD, excuse me.
Commissioner Cooley?
Not on this subject, no.
Well, no, are any other questions on sewer?
No.
All right, Commissioner Cooley.
Okay, and I may have just not saw this when I was reading through, but I did see their requirements for additional service panels to provide future charging for EV trucks and refrigeration. Do the plans or any requirements that loading and unloading equipment be low pollution or electrical? Is that required in the plan? Is it anticipated to be required?
Mr. Cooley, if you could adjust your microphone.
Turn it on too. Okay, I did read this portion, and I may have missed the other part. I see there are requirements for additional service panels to provide future charging for EV trucks and refrigeration. Are there any plans or requirements for loading, unloading equipment, refrigeration currently to use low pollution or electrical to the extent that's currently possible?
Typically, those are addressed at the site-specific review of the plot plan. So it's been identified in the EIR as mitigation for whether it's greenhouse gas or utility consumption or anything along those lines. But as we get to the site-specific, each building being built, then depending on what's proposed, would then dictate specifics for those sites. And then there are on the larger level some blanket conditions, like we want to see electrification options, plug-ins for refrigerator trucks at each dock instead of having a vehicle run. So they can run, the diesel can turn off, but we can plug in and keep the cold back going if needed. Depending on what happens with legislation at the state level, as we move through the life of this project being built out, that also will factor into the different things that we might have to implement at the staff level on a per project basis. So if the state came down and said now X percentage of trucks have to be electric, then we have to put something like that in place. But right now we look at the mitigation measures that are included in this EIR, and then we'll apply those as each project comes through and is analyzed individually.
Thank you. I wanted that statement out there for the citizens who are looking at this, and a lot of the objections that we heard is concerned about noise and pollution. Thank you.
Air Resources Board limits truck idling to 5 minutes, correct? That's statewide?
Yeah, well,
Or is that just South
SDAQMD,
Coast?
yeah, South Coast does. We're pretty strict here. I think CARB has some probably similar regulations, but AQMD is pretty strict as far as what they allow for idle time. And they do receive every project that comes in for review. They get copied on, if we're looking at, environmental or whatever. So they have an opportunity to weigh in from a interested agency standpoint.
Questions on electrification or air quality?
I actually want to expand on that. I love my Tesla, and I'd like to be able to charge it where I can. So I was reading this nice little packet here. It's the final environmental impact report on page, several pages, but some of the comments and responses on page 2-71 and subsequent others. This line kept sticking with me, and it was, therefore, the city determines that additional mitigation is not warranted. And then again, therefore, the city determines that additional mitigation is not warranted. So time and again, I kept noticing this kind of lackluster response to going beyond the call of duty, if you will. For example, here, so it says that we are required to do 20% of the parking stalls as EV ready with conduits and electrical ready panels. I said, oh, that's fantastic. But then you keep reading, it says, and of the 20%, only 25% of those EV stalls will be installed with actual chargers, right? So we're looking at the bare minimum here, right? When we have residents concerned with diesel running through the city, we want to encourage, how do we set the standard as a city that what we want to do is be a little more green friendly? And I think we can do that with your support, of course.
May I just jump in? Originally, we were proposing, I think, a total of 60 EV chargers throughout the project. We have recently agreed to take that up to 175 EV chargers throughout the project. So roughly 100 of those will be distributed across the industrial, so about 20 per building, roughly, and then 75 of those will be in the commercial area. So 75 EV chargers in a commercial zone is a lot of chargers.
That's beautiful, I like it.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's consistent with the Cal Green 2020 standard, 2022 standard, so.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you for that response.
So I thought I read something in there about a electrification fee that's to planning department, or no? I thought maybe it was something else.
That'll probably be.
I've been reading too many of these documents lately.
Chair, just to piggyback on that there, maybe I might have missed it here, but we are doing solar panels on all of this stuff, right?
So there are requirements on the Title 24 energy that the building department looks at. So in a lot of cases, we are seeing buildings come through and put solar panels on top. I don't know that we've required this, because again, we're not looking at a site-specific plan at this point. We're still looking at sort of the higher level, but each project is analyzed to meet the minimum requirements that's required by the building code by Title 24.
I appreciate that. I think the biggest piece, at least takeaway from this, is how far is the applicant going beyond that, right? When we look at the valuation here on the building itself, right, we're looking at over $1 billion, right? That's what I believe that is. Total project assessed value $1,560,367,000. So when we think about some of the minor improvements like EV, solar panels, and them deciding to do the bare minimum, I think when residents are concerned about the impact. And just to let you guys know a little bit of what I do now, I'm sort of in the farming industry, so I know the value of water and I understand the value of land. And every time we build something, it's it for now, at least until our lifetime is over. So when I look at this, I want everyone to know that I'm looking at this as on the basis of merit, not just beyond what the minimum is, but what the applicant is saying to the residents of the city. We care about your health, and therefore we want to go beyond and exceed on the electrical stuff, right? To make sure that your concerns are going to be met, maybe not today, maybe in 10 years, right?
If I may, Commissioner, one of the ways that the greenhouse gases score is kept is on the County Climate Action Plan, which establishes a threshold of 100 points. And you get points for doing different things like solar panels and modest cool roofs, enhanced insulation, truck idling times.
You scored 500, right?
Pardon me?
You scored 500?
580.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
that.
we're about 6 times the standard. So, we're trying to do that. We're trying to be a good neighbor. We appreciate the hurdle, the bar being high, and we're ready to meet that. So
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And that's kind of the same way I'm going to nitpick some of the other stuff, including like landscaping, some of these signs, right? It's we're annexing this property into the city. And this is gonna be the first thing people look at when they're coming down the 60, right? This is gonna be the first thing. Whether it's only 100 feet, because I think that's the difference in elevation, or it's only 100 feet, so you're gonna do something like Disneyland where there's a special color that masks everything, right? But even, and if I can jump into that piece, you have some questions on that? You know, I'll answer your question, because I'm gonna talk about, you know, something different.
Commissioner Stevens?
Well, maybe it's not something different, but
Yeah, maybe not.
in regards to identity, so if you're traveling 60 west going to Moreno Valley, you know, one of the first things you see is World Logistics Center and warehouses. So now reverse that going east out of Moreno Valley into Beaumont. What I saw in the presentation, I think kind of missed the mark with the monument there that said Beaumont Point. Well, what is Beaumont Point? Is that City of Beaumont? Is that Beaumont? You know, it just kind of, you know, what is our identity when travelers are coming into Beaumont? What are they going to see first? They're going to see Beaumont Point. And that kind of just, you know, irked me a little bit.
Did you want to follow that with a proposed recommendation?
Welcome to the City of Beaumont.
Okay.
And you know, just to piggyback on that, there was something a young lady said. I think her name was Shelby Lunis. I think she mentioned that when you Google Beaumont, it was something about Cabazon, or something that gets you out of the city, right? So when we think about the identity, is what do we want to tell residents, right? Yeah, of course we need the infrastructure, we need the warehousing, we need those, because to me, there's no such thing as a bad job, right? There's no such thing as a bad job. It doesn't matter what it is. I think everybody who's given the opportunity to you know, build something on their own and make their own money, that there's a lot of honor in that. So when I think about Shelby's comment, it really stuck to me, because it's what are we doing to define what the city means? So every time we look at a project, are we going mid-century modern? Are we doing ranch? Are we doing Temecula? Are we doing Redlands? You see that there's a cohesive identity, not just in the archaeological, on the structural piece, but it's as well as the people, right? So how do we take the old with the present and take it to the future, right? So there's a longevity here, right? So just onto your point there, Commissioner.
Commissioner Cooley?
So maybe there was a recommendation there, Patrick, on the commissioner, on the signages. And I know, you know, based on the map, it says that those are just renderings. They're not actual, defined pieces. So I know there is some flexibility on some of those things.
Total flexibility. I mean, if we need to even put in the DA or whatever, if you want a signature that will reopen it for the sign program, we gotta go through a process and submittal on that. More than happy, welcome to the City of Beaumont. You couldn't see it on the slide. It said a city elevated. I think it was very faint on that whole thing. So I'm sorry for, you know, completely want a signature to the city, you know, identify the project and whatever, but look, we'd love to be able to do that. It's a gateway we're excited about. We actually led with that with all of our discussions with staff on that. So happy to put it, whatever we need to do in regards to have our future identification in regards to the City of Beaumont.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if we can jump into the vegetation and the trees.
We'll talk about visual characteristics then.
Yeah. I mean, since we're in the signage piece, yeah. Since we're in the signage piece, you know, one of the things that people kept talking about was the Amazon warehouse, right, and how ugly that thing was. And you know, you know, one of my street here in Beaumont was actually one of the fortunate ones that get a nice 2-inch layer of lipstick on a pig, new road on there. I'm ecstatic about that. But now I'm deciding about putting a privacy fence, and I'm thinking about ficus or whatnot, right? But I want that instant gratification. And that instant gratification means, well, I have to spend a little bit more money to get taller trees, right? Not a 5-gallon, but maybe a 15 or a 25 or even a 30-gallon. So my question to the applicant is, and, you know, listening to the public's comment about residents, despite the fact that they're 1,000 feet away, their eyes can see 1,000 feet away. Right, you know, the distance is there, but the site is there. Would you guys be willing to maybe go back with staff and look at that and say, hey, you know what, we want to put bigger trees here. We want that instant gratification. It'll cost a little bit more money, but we want to keep the residents, especially those who are just buying their first home across the way, that they can see something better, right? Something that'll be an instant gratification. Oh, here comes my guy again. Oh, man.
Can I just make a comment before you go down that route? I live in a neighborhood that's chock full of people that say no warehouses, no matter what, no way. And I took a handful of them to Foothill Ranch in Orange County. Foothill Ranch in Orange County is nothing but warehouses, but they don't look like warehouses because they've had years for the landscaping to come up. And unfortunately, it takes time to grow a 50-foot tree. So with that in mind, tell us where you're going.
Joel Morris, T&B, off the bench. I'm sitting in the dugout listening carefully. So I want to point out to the commission that the specific plan, this is a specific plan, and it's by definition, a fairly high level of detail, and in the sense that it creates a palette for future action, which the city will then take site plans for individual projects and say, is it consistent with the specific plan? This individual site plan is the way that the commission and the council can create a higher level of design. Having said that, the specific plan does include design guidelines on architectural styling, coloring, how truck courts are handled, how loading docks are handled and buffered and kept out of view for the most part, how wall and ground-mounted equipment is handled, how rooftop equipment is handled. No, I'm not an expert on what Amazon had in their site plan or in the specific plan. I'm not an expert. I can't compare and contrast. All I can tell you is that we have a pretty exhaustive list of design guidelines that future plans will have to abide by and, again, at the commission or the city council's direction, exceed if they want to, if the council wants it. But there is a minimum level, but it's not minimum level. It's an elevated minimum level of guidelines.
I see what you did there.
So I've been doing this a long time. So from the standpoint, there's sign guidelines, of course. There's supplemental guidelines for industrial uses. There's supplemental guidelines. So there's general guidelines and then supplemental guidelines for each of the use types, industrial and commercial. And again, the design guidelines section, I'm going to say is, I don't know, let's see, 20 pages, 25 pages of information. Now I want to land, last but not least, I want to talk about the plant palette and what's as a minimum in the specific plan for plant palette. So there are 3 zones. There's the entrance plantings, there's the native Californian Zone B, and there's industrial screen planting. So we thought this through pretty well. Each of those types of plantings have specific plants identified for those uses to create a coordinated, cohesive landscape design. Table 4.1 on page 421 is the plant palette. And you will notice if you look on the right-hand side, it indicates what type, well, the plant palette itself tells you what the plant is, what's it used, where it's going to be applied, how it's going to be applied, how big it has to be, what the spacing is, and then the minimum size. And the first page, which is basically the trees, are all 24-inch box trees. That's a pretty big tree as a starting point. It's not a 1-inch tree, and so that's a pretty big tree. Then we go into some of the lower, I will call these a shrubbery. What do they call them? The shrubs, so I'll call them shrubs too. And the accents, and these are all 5-gallon minimum size. Again, pretty big plant to start out with, but it takes time for it to grow. I'm not going to tell you it's going to be fully vegetated on day 2, but it will be highly vegetated on day 2. And then the smaller plants, the ground cover, are 1-gallon boxes. And it also talks about prohibited plant species because we're adjacent to the MSHCP, and there's a whole list of things you can't plant. And so there's a very, very well thought out design guideline package that's included in the specific plan that addresses all of these issues. Could more be done? Of course, that's always true. But at some point, as the developer and as the developer's team, we have to say, will this create a nice project? Yes. Will it create the best possible project given the circumstances? Yes. Is it the best project of all time anywhere, ever? Probably not.
That's what we want.
We also have to make it pay, right? It also has to be able to be done, and it can't be done if you spend $500 million on plants. So there's got to be some balance there. But we recognize that, and it's in the specific plan. And if you haven't read it in detail, then I urge you to read it in detail. Thank you.
Just one last thing there. So, leaving it at the planning level, it would be key. We'll do, but you gotta keep in mind is, so it's windy up there, right? And it's also has some of the fire danger. Second thing too is I've been on projects where basically the tenants do not want to be around the big trees, because what that does, it clogs up all their drains and their roof lines and what have you. So it becomes really kind of a maintenance hazard. So we're happy to do, as far as shielding from the view shed in regards to the, to the houses, to the north in regards to that. But there's a balance in regards to fire, and then basically the trees and some of the maintenance elements to it, on balance on that, so.
That's all I ask.
Okay.
That's
very
a great
good.
response. I
All right.
appreciate that.
So, understanding that point, there is a balance. But, call me romantic or call, whatever it is, right? But I used to make the drive home on the 60. That was my commute every day. And there was nothing more relaxing than the end of my day is coming over that last hill, coming around, seeing the valley, just have it open up. We know it's going to turn into houses. You got little pockets of lights all over the place, this kind of stuff. Granted, there is a bit of a drive before you can see, our Amazon on the hill. But, one of the things that I really worry about is that people who have bought here where the land was zoned for one residence to 20 acres, it comes in the city, it'd be one residence per 10, if the land use weren't to change. As part of asking for that general plan amendment, to go from such a low intensity land use to such a high intensity land use, I think there is a duty of the developer to help to compensate for that more, to make sure that we are, grading in such a way that loading docks and trucks are screened from public view, that the warehouse buildings themselves, you're not interrupting the view shed. So that even if we're, I say this, as much as I really dislike the building on Cherry Valley, they did a really great job of masking that into the hillside. And I think that sets a standard for what, if we're going to be looking at something on here where you're taking away what somebody bought into, and what exists today is that they're going to have this very rural view from their neighborhood out. I mean, these houses all being constructed now. If it's going to be replaced with something, then there has to be a lot of thought into making sure that we're not just replacing it with another Amazon. Amazon was approved before a lot of the houses went in, so it's a little bit of a different story. You're the flip side of that. So, while there is significant cost, for enhanced landscaping, it is a significant benefit to you to have the land use change from such a low intensity to such a high intensity.
Yep.
And I think, looking at the grading plan, you are lower than Amazon. That's great, but you're still 80 to 90 feet above existing grade in a lot of areas. So we still have, warehouses on a hillside that, we're all looking up to now. And those are our views. We don't have an ocean. We don't have, anything like that. That's kind of what we have. And I'm not sure, you've done a lot, but I'm not sure this project's done enough yet, in my mind, to mitigate what those impacts are. And it's not a cost, right? And it's not a dollar amount. It's site design.
Well, it's regards to design guidelines in regards to palette, being the earth tones and have it basically be a little bit more invisible, just what the shop-off building did on Cherry Valley. From that standpoint is what we've talked about is creating that palette and making it basically a lot more, invisible, if you will. And again, is I think what we're talking about is doing some landscaping to be able to offset that view shed on the north side of the buildings.
But, when I look at shop-off, I'm still looking at loading docks. I'm still looking at trucks and equipment backed up to a tubular steel fence where the loading docks are.
Right.
And I think that there needs to be something with the site design that's not there now on the grading plan.
Yeah, so
it's going to mask that.
Yeah, a couple things, Nate, on that. When you see shop-off's project, you have elevation, so you're always you're above and you're looking down at it.
Not in the freeway. Not Stater Brothers.
Well, from just on the freeway, you can see it from the freeway the way it is actually.
We're looking up at it.
But having the truck well doors out, looking out and being able to see that's not a good design, right?
No.
So that's again, that comes back to how we'll basically go through design review in regards to how that look. We wouldn't look to design it in regards to having that. If we did, basically, could we actually have the wall or have basically some view shed that was shielding it from a view shed standpoint.
You know, Mr. Morris has some good
Yeah,
exhibits put in here. with
he
cross
does.
sections.
I mean, the specific plan is good.
But I mean, we're still slope and then level with your building pad. You know, so, you know, and, you know, I've got, you know, the 40-foot road, then I'm gonna have trucks backed up there. And, you know, from elevations, you know, if I'm looking at Olivewood, I'm about level, right? The lower part of Olivewood, I'm below. You go over into, you know, the new section of Fairway Canyon that's being constructed,
Yeah.
I'm looking down. So I understand that if you're significantly above, you're not gonna be able to block
Yeah.
those views. But I think from, you know, a certain plane, they should be hidden from sight. You know, and it should be through, you know, berming and not necessarily just walls or waiting 20 years for trees to mature.
Yeah, yeah. So trying to balance the envelope in regards to what we have with the open space, MSACP, and trying to get the balance of the site, we've done, and trying to lower it and balance that whole thing out. I think we'd have to do it in landscaping, you know, in regards to that. We stayed away from, and we also, when doing so, is staying away from any basically retaining walls. Because what you would do is if you did that
Yeah,
hydrology.
we don't visible retaining walls, that's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just, you know, trying to fit everything into that envelope that's what we came up with on that. But I mean, again, I would like to be able to say, is it landscaping, is there other things that we can actually do to be able to offset that? I think Fairway Canyon is 1.5 miles to 2 miles away, so you're looking across a railroad, San Mateo Creek, a freeway, KV, you know, 66 KV power lines, and then you'll see our building
Yes.
that's gonna be landscaped. So
Yes.
I mean, to some degree, you're looking through quite a bit of mass.
I would be interested, you know, I would be interested in seeing some kind of, you know, photo sim or something like that. You know, that would
Yep.
show from various vantage points that we have in the city. You know, again, understanding that if I'm a higher elevation than what the docks are, you're not gonna be able to screen that. You know, I get that.
Yep.
And that's where trees and landscaping are gonna come in, but I think it's,
I was gonna suggest that, maybe some photo sims. We do that a lot for signs,
Yeah.
as most of you are well aware, because when you're dealing with a tall sign, a lot of times it helps to visualize. But in this particular case, because we are talking about aesthetic impacts and something that we do hear a lot of from the community, which is Amazon is glaring at us, no matter where you are in the city, you can see
Right.
it. So it might be helpful to maybe visualize.
that'd be very helpful.
Okay.
And the other thing, I hear what Commission is saying on, the specific plan, the guidelines and the landscaping. And I don't think that a lot of the pictures in the specific plan are reflecting the conversation that we're having this evening. So it might help if we update some of the pictures or the conceptual ideas of what are in the buildings. We see a lot of the building massing and what the building's gonna look like itself, but we don't see a lot that sort of reflects what those buildings would look like, softened by some landscape, both immediately on site and then maybe from a distance away. And that might also help, because we are looking at a lot of just,
Right.
you know,
Right.
buildings
Right.
without landscaping, and understandably so. But in the context of what we're discussing here, I think it's more important that we see.
I think so, and given the, you know, concerns for, you know, commenters tonight and everything else, you know, as, again, you know, as distance plays out, right, you know, they become about this big off in the distance. You know, but one thing, you know, going the footway, we'll go to Moreno Valley, right? You're coming out that last canyon, right? All you see is the white roof. You know, and again, that's something else from the community, is that we're not gonna wanna see that glaring white roof from above. You know, you mentioned solar panels. So, you know, we're looking at ability there to kind of break that up. But I
Right.
think that needs to be part of what the design guidelines and requirements are as well, is that we're not just looking at a solid mass roof that's kind of one color, but some way that's going to be able to break it up. I'd love if you could do a green roof like Ford did, but, you know, those just don't pencil out. But, I'm not even sure it worked for Ford anymore, so.
And just, if I could, Chair, and just a question for staff, we can come back to some of these more minute details, right, for landscaping and as well as maybe aesthetics on the frontage of the building and all that, we can always come.
Correct.
But
Yeah,
the
so-
specific plan sets the tone, so, you know.
No, I'm with
Exactly.
you, I'm
Yeah.
with you. I just want to make sure that, you know, well, one, the applicant, we want to make sure that they're committed, obviously, to having this conversation with us and actually
Yes.
providing something further than just, you know, the bare minimum, right? We want to see something additionally, so I just want to make sure we can always come back to that and give you guys the opportunity to
Absolutely.
wow us.
And so for the benefit of our new commissioners, if I might, just a moment. So the city doesn't actually have any design guidelines currently. So it's a constant battle with staff and, you know, projects that come in to try and get the best that we can get with the tools that we have. Council very graciously afforded us this fiscal year money to update the the zoning code and develop design guidelines. And so we just awarded the contract on that. So that process will be starting. This project, because it's a specific plan, is writing in their own design guidelines, which is going above and beyond what the code currently requires of anybody who would just come in and want to build an industrial project. So, but also hearing loud and clear what Commission is saying and also what the community has said, we do have the opportunity to, you know, make modifications as we see fit. So, you know, instead of maybe having light and gray tones, maybe Commission wants to see earth tones. We can update the pictures, we can provide some simulations, because as Chairman Smith said, the specific plan sets the tone for what staff is gonna look at on these individual sites as they come through. So we do wanna make sure that Commission is satisfied that they can make a recommendation appropriately, but also that going forward, we have the ability and the tools as staff to analyze these projects and bring back to you, because again, each plot plan is gonna come back to Commission for approval and be able to can say, hey, we remember what you said at the approval for the specific plan. This is consistent with what Commission has requested. So that's the point of, you know, having these design guidelines in here until such time, you know, 18 months from now, when the city is able to say we have our own citywide design guidelines that will then address these issues.
Agreed.
Thank you for that. That's very well. That's exactly what I was hoping to hear. Thank you.
So we'll look forward to some direction and come back for approval. I mean, it'll be good.
Okay. Any questions on kind of visual characteristics and it kind of ties into grading, some big, no? All right. Commissioner Stevens, do you have a few more questions? We are pushing at 10 o'clock at this point.
No, that was all, excuse me, the trees and the cover.
And I don't want to rush it. I just want to know if I want to take a 10-minute break for restroom. Well, no, that's what I'm asking is, you know.
No, I have no further questions on this. Nor do I.
On lands, or any other topics?
Not this time.
Any other topics? Any other topics?
Oh, yeah, I do.
Okay.
I mean, it might be able to answer this relatively quickly.
Well, if everybody's okay with just pushing through, then I think we can just kind of keep pushing through. Is staff okay with that? Commission okay with that?
I'm okay with that. Let's, you know,
Okay.
let's do it.
Let's go.
The question I have is, community benefit. We talked a little bit about, dollars.
Your mics, Commissioner.
And I can hear myself really loud in my head, but not out here. We talked about community benefit, right? We tossed around a lot of money that the applicant is providing. I think it was like $20 million or something crazy like that. Can you guys break down what the community benefit is? The difference between the TUMF, the DIF, and the actual, I think it's $5 million that are kind of a.
So the, I'm not sure where the $20 million thing came from, so.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, on the infrastructure improvement,
Yes,
sorry, okay,
there
I
we
was.
go. It was a $20 million price tag somewhere.
Right, so the community benefit is something completely separate from any TUMF, DIF, any required development impact fees. The TUMF is a Riverside County program that the city is obligated to participate in, so that's separate from the regular development impact fees that would be paid to the city. It's not permit fees or user fees or anything along those lines. So the community benefit is a concept that came out of City Council's development on the PLUS policy, the policy I referenced earlier on land use and sensitive receptors. And the idea was that we understand that a lot of these projects bring benefit to the city in some way, whether it's jobs, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's sales tax revenue or property tax revenue or anything like that. But a lot of times there are impacts that can't be mitigated specific to a project, but there may be a way to help offset impacts in some other area in the city that could provide still a community benefit, but needing to do that in some way. So the community benefit fee is essentially tied to that. So we look at a project and we say, yeah, you're meeting these goals of the general plan, you're meeting goals in our economic development specific plan. But something like air quality, right? Air quality is something that is rarely ever able to be mitigated because the South Coast Air Quality Basin has been in a non-attainment status for years and years and years. So even if we never built another project anywhere in Southern California, just with the volume of people that exist, with the number of cars that drive, et cetera, we would still be in non-attainment for a very long time, which means anything is not going to be able to, essentially would not be able to be mitigated to a level of less than significant. So you're always going to have that statement of overriding consideration. So having something like a community benefit fee, which is in this particular case, the development agreement, which is included in your packet, that council will ultimately make a decision on, requests a community benefit fee in the amount of $1 per square foot for the industrial building. So that would come out to roughly $4.9 million based on the square footage of industrial that's proposed. And council would then have that funding to be able to put towards another project of their choosing that would provide some sort of community benefit. As commission is likely aware, we have a number of projects that are ongoing that need funding. So whether it's a Pennsylvania grade separation, whether it's continuing work in the Potrero area, whether it's working on Oak Valley, whether it's working on Beaumont and I-10, right? The list of projects, as Public Works Director Vestal could tell you, are infinite and dollars are not infinite, right? So having the requested community benefit funding allows council the ability to tell the community, hey, this project is going above and beyond in their fees and in the dollars that they're investing in cash money to give council the ability to program these dollars for something else that's going to provide a benefit to you, the community, that's maybe not directly associated with that project. It's probably not a lot of residents until the commercial and residential's built, the commercial and retail's built, that'll go visit the site, right, unless they're working there. We know that retail, that restaurant, those are things that we need here too. Residents ask for that all the time. When are we gonna get sit-down restaurants? When are we gonna get more shopping, right? In the meantime, we'll be able to take these dollars and help offset issues, traffic-related, as you guys heard a lot about, as we hear a lot about on social media, or otherwise. Could be parks, could be more planting, could be any number of things that council has on their list that they could use that money for.
So this money is would you say it's something above and beyond that they're providing?
It's a voluntary agreement. So development agreement is voluntarily entered into between both the city and the applicant. And so the applicant has to agree to the terms of the development agreement just like the city does. And so what staff does is staff has worked a long time, guys, on this development agreement to get it to a level where we as staff and the developer are both satisfied with what's proposed. It then goes to council. Council has the ability at that point in time to decide whether they want to agree with the terms or if they want to, request additional terms or modification of terms in the development agreement, and then that would have to be discussed at that time. But it essentially is a voluntary agreement, and the funds in the community benefit are voluntarily provided by the applicant. It's not something that is a project requirement such as DIF or TUMF or MSHCP fees that would have to be used to mitigate something or anything else like that.
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that. And thanks for the applicant. That's a lot of money that can be used for a lot of good in the city. So thank you.
All right. Any other questions? I know that financial isn't necessarily a purview of planning commission. But I did, there was a previous one that, promised money up front for reimbursement on it. This is consistent with Mitigation Fee Act as far as credits offered and reimbursements, so on and so forth. Yeah, okay. All right. I think I just had a couple of items I wanted to go over on the use table. If we could take a look at that real quick. That is on page 3-4 through, it is in the specific plan. As we're going back and kind of looking, for staff and applicant consideration. Let's see, are we there? Yep, that's it. So, we'll go through and, I have some comments on these, not too many. let's see, conditionally permit kennels. Do we see kennels that would be 600,000 square feet? All right.
We haven't in my time here. We do see kennels, not
We do,
not
but
at that scale.
Not that size.
right.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if that was something that, we would want out there. Automobile parking facilities. So general commercial automobile parking facilities. What is the intent with that? Is that just parking lot separate from what would be required to support commercial sites? What is that? If it's just a place to store vehicles, I would not be supportive of that being allowed in the commercial zone, outside of what the parking requirements are gonna dictate for that use.
We can clarify that.
Okay. Gas and service stations, again, in the general commercial, if we're gonna, we're talking about limiting trucks, that kind of thing. I think for something like that, it should be limited to a number of pumps and automobiles only.
And just to clarify, you said you don't want trucks parking there, is everything like just for parking storage
So
purposes?
there's, one of the uses that's on here is automobile parking facilities in the general commercial zone. So if that is something other than whatever parking is required to support the commercial zone, that should not be permitted in there.
Yeah, so I believe Chairman Smith is referring to, he doesn't want it to just be an auto storage
Right.
location where someone could lease out space to just store vehicles, or someone has it as an ancillary use where they're just.
As silly as it is, Ukaipa had to.
I was just
yeah.
gonna say, so if you've driven through Ukaipa and you see where all those white trucks are parked
Right.
out there, so, I believe Chairman Smith is trying to avoid having
Yes.
that
Having a
happen
similar
in the
thing.
commercial.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought,
Exactly.
because I know one of the biggest challenges for truck drivers, and in Moreno Valley, they had this whole thing where you had a lot of truck drivers come up and show up and say, look, you guys don't want us anywhere. We moved this country and you don't want us to be anywhere. We can't park here, we can't park there. So when we think about, building a, 5 million, a 1.3 million square foot warehouse up there, where are they gonna park? Where are
Right,
they
so
gonna
there's truck and trailer storage called
Right,
out.
That's the
Right.
confusion. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah,
it's
and
not,
it is-
No, it's not that.
Yeah.
So within
Right.
the industrial planning zones,
okay.
yes.
You have that.
Okay.
Within the commercial zone, no.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Commercial
clarify
zone
that piece.
for the 30, okay. Because we may have a user that actually is using, and it may be a user that's an automobile user that may have outside storage for automobiles in the industrial
In the
zone.
industrial zone,
Right.
yes.
So-
I don't have a problem with that in the industrial zone.
Okay.
Just not in
Talking
the
about not in the
commercial.
commercial, I copied that, yeah.
Yeah. And most of these relate to the commercial zone rather than the industrial zone. Recharging stations are permitted. Now, this would, so recharging, is this like a large service station? Is this more like what Tesla has over by In-N-Out? Is that considered a recharging station? From a perspective you guys are looking at it, what is a recharging station? We want recharging, we want vehicle chargers. I don't think we'd be opposed to having what Tesla has by In-N-Out.
Or maybe it's natural gas recharging, right?
Right.
Which wouldn't be bad either, right? That's not diesel.
So I just had a question on that.
We can bring back some definitions on some of these just to make sure it's clear.
Towing services of outdoor storage, my inclination is to say that's not permitted in either zone. I don't know how commission feels about that.
Outdoor storage or the towing service or both?
Outdoor storage.
Okay.
I saw one on here that made me chuckle, ham radio antenna. Just wondering how many ham radio operators are still out there?
You'd actually be
You
very,
are?
you'd be very surprised.
There's
There's a niche. Yeah, it's a niche, but they do it.
All right, I stand corrected. Catering establishments, like a commercial kitchen, in the commercial zone, I think that should be conditionally permitted instead of just permitted. If the intent is to try to draw people there, I would like to take a look at that as a consideration. And then there was a convenience market, and then there was a, what was the other one on there? Variety store. And I was just kind of, what's the difference between convenience market and variety store?
So I think a variety store, we would consider more like a Dollar Tree or 99-cent store,
Okay.
or, something along, Family Dollar, something along those lines.
I think discount stores typically what
count as
they're
like
defined
variety.
as.
Okay.
Right.
Appliance sales, it says it's not permitted. If we had something like a I guess we got Pacific sales already, but if we had like a Harlow's or something, I guess that doesn't really fit the commercial zone. That's not really the intent there. Okay. Building materials with outdoor sales and storage. In the industrial zone, I would recommend that be conditionally permitted. The note on there being that it must be visually screened.
Where are you now?
Oh, I'm sorry, general merchandise and trade.
What page?
That is page 3-5. I said I write a lot of notes. So yes, we're building materials with outdoor sales and storage. Again, the outdoor sales and storage part of it, as long as it's visually screened. 3-6. Oh, I had a question. Freight forwarding services. I didn't understand what freight forwarding is. If someone could help explain that. Freight forwarding.
Freight forwarding would be a 3PL, could be.
I'm sorry, what?
Just say logistics, I mean, freight forwarding is just logistics.
Yeah,
Okay.
and that was pulled from our municipal code. We have a freight forwarding in there as well, and that question comes up a lot. So we'll put a definition for that
I'd
in there. Or maybe
Okay.
rename it if that's more conducive, but that did come from our municipal code.
Okay, fair enough.
Where it's also not defined, just for the record, so.
Indoor swap meet, I would say that should be not permitted in the commercial zone. I mean, if there's any objection or, if you guys think differently.
I don't see why that would not be permitted. The indoor swap meet.
Okay. Metal, 3-7, metal salvage yards. I think that would be, non-permitted, or unless it's fully screened or indoor.
So with the conditional use permit, that would allow the commission to condition accordingly or decide if they even wanted it in that location.
So I'm okay, we put a note in there, conditionally permitted, as long as it's fully screened or indoors. Because it's conditionally permitted on the table now.
Okay.
Oh, 3-8. Off-road mini bike and motocross. So that would be something similar to what, I guess, big version of what we have from the RC cars at Noble Creek, right?
Are you referring to human scale or like
Right.
RC?
I wasn't sure.
Or either
My question was more to commission on that one,
Oh.
if it's conditionally permitted on the table. So it would require review.
I'd say leave it as
Yeah.
conditional.
Okay.
Yeah.
My guess is this was probably 3-9, which is probably just a holdover from municipal code as well, but temporary structures, like a subdivision sales office. So, I would say that would be non-permitted in the commercial zone. I'm okay with it in the industrial area as they're building out. All right, so those are my comments or suggestions on the use tables. Any other comments on that from the commission?
I have one question. I'm not sure. Large commercial bakeries are not permitted. I'm not sure I understand why if we're looking at an industrial area.
Well, it's not
and we're looking for
permitted.
Stuff.
Is it in the industrial zone or the commercial zone?
Commercial.
Yeah. So, yeah, if they wanted to be a large bakery in the industrial zone,
Industrial.
go for it.
Got it, thank you.
Great.
And bus passenger terminals, what are we saying a terminal is? Like, they get on and off and this is like a stop? Or what are we
I
talking
think a
about?
terminal would be more like large scale, like where you define a Greyhound, like buses coming in and out. That's typically what a terminal would be looked at versus just a bus stop
Okay.
where there's bus service.
Got it.
I'm sorry, what? Yes, that table.
There was one more here on industrial robotics, manufacturing and assembly. It says it's not permitted. Isn't that like a great paying job?
Which
Which
one are you
page?
looking at?
I'm looking at page 10, it's a chapter 3, page 10 there. Additional uses not listed in the city ordinances. One of them is industrial robotics, manufacturing and assembly.
It's permitted in industrial.
Oh, permitted in
Yeah.
industrial, yeah.
Permitted in industrial, yes.
I'm like, that's what we want. We want
Yes,
manufacturing.
exactly,
Right,
yeah, we
right.
want that in the
Yeah.
industrial.
Commissioners, I want to make sort of a broad comment about how these were derived. It wasn't random darts in the board. The goal here is to provide the most flexibility for the uses in order to accelerate and get tenants with the broadest possible list of uses available to us, which is a combination of what's in the zone, it's already in the zoning code for the city, with expanded uses that have not yet been considered. No question, some of the uses are not well-defined, and they're not, if they were defined in the zoning code, it would be in here as well. So obviously, defining them where they're ambiguous, definitely helpful. I think we want to be careful, or I would ask you to be careful about not allowing particular uses. If you are concerned about what the potential externalities are of that use, then require it to be allow it with this conditional use permit, at which point the commission and the council can do whatever you think is necessary to make it fit in. So for example, if the city happened to get an automobile, a car, what do they call those things? Auto center. One of the automobile companies might want to park their cars up here, the extras. Not a bad use for that. So I just want to caution you, and I see it's permitted in the industrial, and I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, that probably should be conditional use or not permitted in the commercial. But I want that the concept here is to make the broadest possible list and then refine it based on where we, as a group, staff, project team, and the commission feels are the extent possible. Leave it in, but make them do a CUP that will reduce those externalities to a realistic level and not take that use off the table out of hand. Someone may come in with a beautiful whatever and have a way of doing it that's very acceptable to the city. So I would encourage you not to remove things, define them, require a CUP, but just as a, sort of a philosophical thought. Thank you.
So I'll leave that as staff continues to work through this, on some of those if it's overly restrictive. But, the main thing when I was looking at it was to make sure that the entertainment zone is
Stays.
functional as the entertainment zone and not becoming something else. So,
Understood.
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, within the industrial land uses, there's a lot more
Yeah, flexibility.
flexibility, exactly. Okay, I didn't have anything else. Talked about fire safety, talked about views, we talked about use table, traffic, Potrero. Yeah, I think we hit most of the areas I wanted to discuss at least. Is there any other, before we go on, there's been some discussion on here about some work to continue with to go on. So I think that may, if I'm reading the tea leaves, that might be the direction of where where commission is at this point, right, making a recommendation. I just want to take, since everybody's here, is there any other comments, questions, or concerns, or direction to staff that, we want to see as kind of the milestones as we work through this, or points that may be unclear of staff, or if we seem like we may have been unclear with some of your notes, we can provide that clarification to ensure that as this was worked on, everybody knows kind of where the goalpost is.
So I think we're pretty clear, and typically what'll happen is after we recover from the first meeting, we'll go back and watch the meeting again to make sure that we captured all the direction, that we understand the intent and all of that. So, but if Carol's clear, I think I'm pretty clear.
Okay.
Girls, ladies, clear?
Okay.
Yep, okay.
All right.
Yeah, no comments here. I'm good to go. No, good to go.
All right. So
Just one
Yes.
thing. I know this came up a couple hours ago on California and 79. Is there anything that the applicant can do to help investigate, contact the right agency, to help that intersection out. Like, give us something because of the dangers of that intersection and the amount of traffic and employees that this project is supposed to draw, potentially coming to travel and work in that area from Hemet and San Jacinto.
I have a flippant answer and a real answer. My real answer is it's outside the city boundaries. This project has no legal ability to do anything. The city can't tell us to do anything, and we don't have a nexus to do anything because the traffic study said it's not an impact. However, there is $5 million that this project is giving to the city that is donated and could be used in any way that the city wants to use it. If that's a priority for the city, that's partly where the money should be spent. Thank you.
I just want to clarify real quick. Since it is outside the city, the city wouldn't be able to expend funds in the county.
Yeah, so that's, we can make a request that Caltrans take a look at it. Or that the county take a look at it.
And lobby the supervisors to take a look at it.
Whereas they're working on, all their stuff down on 79 in the corridor in general, make sure that that's addressed as part of it.
I was gonna speak to that. So there are a lot of other things happening up and down that corridor from a project standpoint. So we'll advise the city manager's office, and Robert's here. So city manager's office and Public Works are working closely with other jurisdictions up and down, looking at a large scale picture, fix, course of action to address 79 because up and down, it's aware that it is an issue.
All right, well, we don't hear anything, just point of order. So I've left the public hearing open, anticipating that there's an option, we may continue the hearing. We don't have a motion yet, so do we leave it open, what's the proper procedure on that? Call for a motion and then,
As far as leaving it open
Yeah.
in anticipation that it may get continued.
yeah,
So, do you want me to? So commission
Yeah, I
has
mean,
the option, so, you can either leave the meeting open and continue, you can close leave the public hearing open and continue, you can close the public hearing and continue. You can make your recommendation to staff at this point if you want us to make these changes, then take it straight to council, but it sounds like you may want us to come back to you guys, which is perfectly fine, but if you would like to close the public hearing, you can make that part of your motion.
Okay.
Otherwise, the public hearing,
well,
would
I can
remain
go ahead.
open.
So I think that would be the case then, is we'll close the public hearing as part of whatever the motion is.
Or
Okay, so,
you can take the time to discuss and have kind of a consensus to get a direction and then go from there.
Well, I saw four heads. I don't see my own head nodding. I saw 3 heads nodding, so. It seems like that's kind of consensus among the, commission. Okay. In that case, I would entertain a motion. Well, I'm gonna, okay,
So,
well, no one's gonna say
then
it. I will,
I'd like to
but-
make a motion to, one, close the public comment, and then can we bring this back with some of the recommendations that we had made? Can we do that?
yes.
Is that-
So
Yeah.
we need to discuss when it comes back.
There's an actual specific way, that we do this, right?
So, and you're pretty close on it, on how you did it there. So
Yeah.
the question would be, there's 2 options on continuing. So there's date specific, where we would state when we would want it to come back, or if it's close the public hearing and continue and bring it back when it's ready, then we would not state a date specific, and then staff would renotice the public hearing to let the public know, hey, it's coming back now, and this is the date that it'll be at Planning Commission. So our next 2 meetings are December 13th and then January
10th.
January 10th. So those would be the next 2 meetings that you would have the options if you wanted date specific.
I would like it to be date specific. I think, we have a lot of residents watching this now, and I think for full transparency, it'd be good for them to know when this is gonna come back for discussion, and eliminates the need to have to do another public notice.
Okay, so in that case, the December meeting would have to be closed and published, what, middle part of
So
next
if
week?
you do date specific, we don't have to renotice
You're letting
because
them know now.
this meeting was noticed and we're stating the
Right.
date specific that it would come back. So
Right.
we don't have to worry about public noticing.
Correct.
But the package goes out next week, so we
package
would
will
have
go
to
out.
have
So
all
we
the,
time
So I'm
would
not sure that
maybe
it'd
a
be
factor.
timely to be able to
we
get the
can-
information we're looking for the next
Well,
meeting.
we can push it to January 10th, you said that's the next.
Yeah, I
January
would-
10th,
I
right, you
would
have those
recommend
two
January.
options.
Yeah, I said we do January.
So that staff has time, and I also think
then give-
mid-December is a terrible time to try and get everybody together that
Right,
would need to be
and
here.
that also allows commission time to review much, because it is so much information. We don't often have the opportunity to provide you this stuff ahead of time, but in this particular case, it would allow us, again, the time to update the materials, both on the website and for,
Get the renderings and all that.
commission to have it,
Okay, so
reviewed
your,
in
so
time
your
for the
motion in
next
that
date.
case,
So my motion will stand there. I motion to close the public comment and move it to the January 10th meeting for approval.
Nicole, is that sufficient for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there a second?
okay, we
Madam
have a
City
motion
Clerk.
and we have a second.
I have a question.
Point of clarification, all right.
So this would not be a special meeting, this would be at a regular?
Yeah,
Yes.
this would be at our regular meeting.
Because this was
Correct.
a special meeting today.
Yeah, we will still have our regularly scheduled December 13th meeting. We do have items that are not this item scheduled for that date, so it would be continued to the regular meeting in January.
So we do have a motion and we do have a second.
We do?
Who was the
We're
second?
ready.
I'm sorry.
Second was,
Yeah, I seconded it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cool.
okay, vote please.
Are we ready?
We are ready. The motion on the table to continue
Commissioner
till
Gray?
January 10th.
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Cooley?
Yes.
Commissioner Stevens?
Yes.
Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, with that, I would just advise, commission that, as this is still on our calendar, that all the typical rules apply, no serial meetings, no discussions with others, so on and so forth. Discussions with staff is fine.
Can I just make one request of staff? For that January 10th meeting, can we keep it light on all the other stuff if possible?
Yeah, like, we typically with projects like this, try not to schedule anything else with it, which is why we had the special meeting tonight, because we needed a meeting where we could have just this, so we can plan for.
we don't have a lot of stuff in the queue, but because we don't have the option of a second meeting in December because of the holidays, I think it just depends on what comes on deck. We do have a couple of conditional use permits that came in, but if there's an opportunity, if it's a smaller type project, we might put that on first and just.
Or you may end up with 2 meetings in January. One for this as the regular and a special to address some of the other items. We'll work through that at the staff level and then
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
advise you guys.
Those are my notes.
Gotta
All
adjourn-
right.
gotta adjourn.
So with that item, any planning manager comments
I will defer to our next meeting, just in,
in the interest of time?
yes.
Understood and appreciated. All right, with that, we will adjourn then at 10:39. Thank you.